Kathy。
Hello。
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1,
Hello everyone, the meeting will start in 10 minutes. If you need translation devices, please go to the registration desk. Channel 1 is Chinese, Channel 2 is English. And please return it after the morning session has ended. Thank you. 大家好，会议将在10分钟之内开始。如果您需要同传仪器的话，请到登记台去领取。频道1为中文，频道2为英文，频道0为现场的声音。请在早上的环节结束后将同传仪器返回，谢谢。
BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydro mining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream, from pioneers to consensus, from the present to the future, cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024 in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydro mining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream, from pioneers to consensus, from the present to the future, cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydromining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydromining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydromining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydromining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to
Hello everyone,
focus on
our
mining,
event will
explore
start
more
in
efficient
10 minutes.
technologies.
大家好，我们的会议将在10分钟后正式开始，谢谢大家。
Hydromining wins the desert. the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydro mining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydro mining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydro mining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydro mining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024, in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydromining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus. From the present to the future. Cryptocurrency is becoming the cornerstone of the new world. Continuous breakthroughs in innovation, constant exploration, and progress. Together, we traverse through cycles, aiming for long-term mutual success. 2024 in Oman. BITMAIN sincerely invites you to focus on mining, explore more efficient technologies for renewable energies. Step into mining farms, witness cutting-edge hydro-cooling infrastructure. Analyze the market, embark on future solutions for higher returns. Join us at WDMS. We invite you to witness. Hydromining wins the desert. From the forefront to the mainstream. From pioneers to consensus.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to BITMAIN Oman World Digital Mining Summit, a gathering that promises to shed light on the dynamic landscape of digital mining and its profound impact on our global economy. My name is Margie Feng. I'm the marketing manager of BITMAIN, and it is my honor to host you here today. Before we dive into the wealth of knowledge and insights awaiting us, let's extend our gratitude to those who have made this event possible. I'd like to thank Mr. Salah Al-Zakwani, CIO of Shumuk Investment and Services, for gracing us with his presence and officially inaugurating our proceedings. Let's welcome Mr. Salah Al-Zakwani to give a welcome speech. Welcome.
Okay, this table is not what I thought. So. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and anticipation that I welcome you all to the BITMAIN World Digital Mining Summit, hosted here in the Sultanate of Oman. As we gather in the stunning Muscat, we embark our journey of exploration, innovation, and the collaboration created between the desert and the digital mining. The BITMAIN World Digital Mining Summit stands as a beacon for the global mining community, a platform where pioneers, experts converge to share insights, forge partnerships, and shape the future of the digital mining. Oman, with its strategic location, neutral and stable foreign policies, and commitment to the technology advancement, provides an ideal backdrop for our endeavor. And we are planning and hoping, definitely with your participation and assistance, to put Oman as one of the most important destinations of this technology on the world map. In the rapidly evolving landscape of blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, mining plays an important role, serving the backbone of decentralized network and enabling the secure and efficient operation of the digital assets. The challenges and opportunities inherent in these fields demand a collaborative efforts, drawing upon a collective expertise and vision of industry leaders, innovators, and stakeholders. Over the course of this summit, we will be having the chance to ranging from the latest technology in mining, hardware and software, to sustainable practices, regulatory frameworks, and market trends. Through keynote speeches, panel discussions, workshop, and networking sessions, we aim to foster an environment of knowledge of exchange, idea generation, and mutual empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate through the dynamic landscape of digital mining, let's remain mindful of the profound impact of our action on the broader ecosystem, from the energy consumption and environmental sustainability to economic inclusivity and social responsibility. Let us strive not only for technological excellence, but also for ethical stewardship and equitable participation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed partners, sponsors, speakers, and attendees for their invaluable contribution to making this summit a reality. Once again, welcome to the BITMAIN World Digital Mining Summit in Oman. May our time together be fruitful, inspiring, and transformative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zakwani. Our agenda today is packed with thought-provoking speeches, enlightening keynotes, and engaging panels. Without further ado, let's embark on this journey of exploration and discovery. To kick off this event, let's give a warm welcome to Faris El-Zajili, Exahertz and BITMAIN ambassador, who will enlighten us on the importance of crypto education for a better future. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a warm welcome to everyone present here today. My name is Faris El-Zajali, Exahertz and BITMAIN's ambassador. It's truly an honor to be on this stage here today and being able to share my vision of the future with you all. To begin, I would like to ask the question, how did we reach to this point in civilization? The answer quite simply is by learning, innovating, and adapting. Through human history, nothing has stood the test of time. Everything had its beginning and its end. Let me give you an example. The way we get knowledge today isn't the same way we used to get it 100 years ago. We needed to go to a library, get a book, and read it. Nowadays, we just search something up on the internet. We get the information we need. The same thing goes for the financial system. The financial system we have today isn't the same as the one we had 300 years ago. And I strongly believe that our current financial system will be evolving into a more efficient system soon, and we will be moving into an era of decentralized finance, where cryptocurrencies will rule this financial system. It's a big change that most of the people in the world aren't ready for yet, since most of the people are oblivious to what crypto is and how it works. And the people that will get affected the most by this change because of their lack of crypto awareness will be the future generations, our current youth. And we believe that unless they get the proper education and knowledge about what are the changes that are going to happen in the future, they won't be able to withstand that change. So we believe that it's our duty as industry leaders in the crypto space to raise awareness about it and what are the changes and challenges that we will encounter during that change. So I'm glad to announce that I've been working closely with BITMAIN and Exahertz to develop an industry education program where we will visit different educational institutes like schools and universities to raise crypto awareness and encourage the students to learn more about the industry. And by doing that, they will be ready to face the change from fiat currencies to cryptocurrencies and its challenges. And that will be our first program where students will get introductory information about the crypto industry, which won't be enough for some. So for the students that want to go deeper into the industry, we will be making an academy where we will go deeper into what is decentralized finance, blockchain, cryptography, and how they work. And I truly believe that what we will be doing will help shape the future into a future where all of this is going to be common knowledge, and a future where Oman is going to be a leading hub in the crypto industry. That's my vision for the future, a vision that I won't stop working towards achieving. To end, I would like to thank BITMAIN and Exahertz for giving me this opportunity, and I hope to prove that I truly deserve it. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Faris, for that enlightening talk. Now it's time to delve deeper into the world of mining. Our next speaker needs no introduction. Please join me in welcoming Jed Frederick Karma, CEO of Exahertz, as he shares insights on how we start mining from desert. Welcome.
first, thanks so much for everyone to show up. It's been overwhelming attendance, especially in the months of Ramadan. I really would like to thank every one of you who showed up here and be part of this today here in Oman. So without further ado, let me read the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Digital Mining Summit 2024. It is with great pleasure I stand before you today from our beloved Oman, the country that made our dream and vision a possibility and a reality. It's been quite an exciting journey for us. Full of challenges, milestone, and I'm really honored to be here with you today. As a founder and the CEO of Exahertz, an upcoming player in the crypto mining industry with ambition to set the benchmark for mining infrastructure industry in the Middle East, we're trying to pave the way with innovative solutions. I am deeply honored to be among such distinguished guests and speakers today, as yourself and all the enthusiasts who showed up to share our passion, vision, and the industry. It has been very much a privilege to be given this opportunity to start our project here in Oman under its leadership and under its guidance. So we're very grateful to be here, and we're very happy to be here and to start our journey from here, from Oman. When we first decided to come to the region 5 years ago, and we mentioned our ambitions to our many friends that we're planning to mine in the desert, a lot of were very skeptical, and they said that it will be facing with a lot of challenges. And 1 year after we broke ground and started building, it's official that we have now conquered the desert. BITMAIN Hydro solution and our innovative designs enabled us and our team on the ground to have one of the world's most advanced, sophisticated hydro mining sites, reshaping the standard of cooling and hyperscale computing technology. Our partners and supporters and team and all the members that have played an integrated role in bringing this project to life, I would like to sincerely extend my gratitude and appreciation. I am particularly grateful for the invaluable synergy that we have enjoyed with our partner Shamoukh. It's been a long journey. It's also been overwhelming with the collaborative spirit, the shared dedication to excellence that have propelled us that far and hopefully further. Together, we have forged a strong alliance, and we leveraged collective expertise, and we paved the landscape for digital mining in Oman, and we like to believe within the region. That said, without discounting all the effort of our partners and other parties within the space that we're trying to do the same. So for us, crypto mining and blockchain technology is all about decentralization. It's not about competition, it's more about contributing in a space, a more fair system. And we're very happy to see that others that believe within the same are here today, exploring, potentially expanding within the country and the region. Moreover, I would also like to extend my gratitude to Moonwalk System, our initial financial backer, whose unwavering support has been instrumental for fueling our growth and expansion. It's through their visionary investment and strategic partnership that we have been able to realize the aspiration and achievement and the significant milestone that we have done on our journey today. I would also like to recognize the Ministry of Transportation and Telecommunication for their steadfast commitment for fostering innovation and enabling the environment of advancement in Oman, including but not limited to blockchain technology. Their guidance and support have been invaluable as we navigate this complex regulator and operating challenges that are very common to all of our industry everywhere. Now, for that, I would also like to thank all the regulators, government bodies that made our success possible, especially APSR and its leadership, Oman Gas Company, Central Bank, NAMA, OETC, Salalah Free Zone. Hopefully I didn't forget anyone, but everyone made this happen, and everyone made Oman a prominent place for this kind of technology and the future. Together, we have the opportunity to shape the future with digital mining service and a catalyst for innovation of economy, empowering social growth and global scale. Thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey, and let us embark together with courage, determination, and shared vision on this upcoming years to come. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Jad. Our journey through the realm of mining continues with our next keynote speaker. And please welcome Paolo Arduino, CEO of Tether and Bitfinex, as he explores powering progress, innovations in next-gen Bitcoin mining and energy transition strategies. Unfortunately, he cannot be with us today, but he has provided with us a video speech. And let's check out the screen.
Hello everyone, I'm Paolo Ardoino and I'm the CEO at Tether. I'm really excited to be with you today at the Global Digital Mining Summit 2024, organized by BITMAIN. Today, I want to talk to you first about mining in general, Bitcoin mining in general, and why this is so important, and also why Tether decided to start being involved in Bitcoin mining globally. So, as I'm sure many of you know, there has been a lot of misinformation about Bitcoin mining. Even recently, I was reading about a Greenpeace article suggesting that Bitcoin mining is boiling the oceans and is using only or for the majority fossil energy. I think all this information finally in 2024 has been, and all this misinformation in 2024 has been disproved. We have seen reports from KPMG and also reports from other really important institutions that the majority, finally, more than 50% of the energy used globally for Bitcoin mining comes from renewable energy. And why is that? The reason why this is so important is that Bitcoin miners are actually mostly incentivized compared to all the other industries to be sustainable, to help the growth and the healthy growth of the energy grid in the countries they operate in. And while helping to stabilize the energy grid, helping to bring the technology in a new country and bring investments, also Bitcoin miners are interested in making sure that also the environment, the ecosystem, the nature they work in is well maintained, is sustainable, is well taken care of, and their activity, and I know that I'm speaking on behalf of many Bitcoin miners, the importance of maintaining the environment and ecosystem clean and sustainable is extremely important and is at the root of the work that Bitcoin miners do when they start operations and maintain operations in any country they operate in. So, as a company, Tether started from a product that, in a way, might feel quite distant from Bitcoin mining. The product is called USDT. I'm sure that many of you have or used already USDT in your life, and I'm excited because USDT is becoming the common ground, the lifeline for many communities around the world, for hundreds of millions of people around the world. So why a company that started from a different point than Bitcoin, at least in first sight, with a stable coin, right, with a representation of a fiat currency like the US dollar, is today heavily involved in Bitcoin mining and renewable energy production? The reason is simple. So Tether started from launching a stable coin in 2014, USDT. But the entire ethos of Tether is relying on the philosophy, the underlying philosophy of Bitcoin, of decentralization, of resilience, of openness, of freedom. And as a company that, especially in the last recent years, has been found itself extremely profitable and really deeply involved in both the crypto industry, but also in general in the digital asset industry, and in general, even more in general, in the digital technology industry, we have found ourselves in a position of being in understanding that our duty, and part of our duty as a company, that had success in the crypto industry is to sustain Bitcoin mining and to make sure that Bitcoin mining remains decentralized. So that's why in the last 2 years, Tether started to look at many opportunities around the world. We all know that Bitcoin mining is concentrated nowadays heavily in the US, but we feel that something that is so crucial for the world, like Bitcoin, should not rely on one single geopolitical jurisdiction. We hope to help many countries around the world. We started from Central and South America with El Salvador, Uruguay, and Paraguay. And but we are looking at other countries from Middle East and Asia. We invested in a company called Northern Data that has many operations around the world, including Europe. We think that companies like us should ensure that Bitcoin mining remains decentralized also from a geopolitical point of view, to make it more sustainable, to make it stronger, to make it more future-proof and more apocalypse-proof. And our investment in the last years in Bitcoin mining happened in two different forms mainly, right? First, we tapped our toes, as I said, investing in Northern Data, that of course is also well known for its AI infrastructure investments of a really big scale, putting this company as the largest independent AI infrastructure provider in Europe. But also, our Northern Data is well known for its deep involvement in Bitcoin mining since many years. But we didn't stop to that. We didn't stop in just investing in a company that does Bitcoin mining. We wanted to learn really well what is Bitcoin mining, how hard Bitcoin mining is, how hard are the operations to be maintained and well maintained on each territory. So as I said, we started last year operating mining farms in Uruguay and Paraguay, and we are looking into starting soon operations similarly in El Salvador. I'm a big fan of companies that, instead of purely investing, really try things on their own skin. That's the only way as a company that you can understand exactly the business you are entering. Right? It's always easy to throw money to a problem and then look somewhere else. But we didn't even stop just to run some containers in some remote places of the world. We also started our own Bitcoin mining software that is called Moria. I briefly talked about this software into another BITMAIN conference. The reason why this is, again, so exciting is that Moria is for us the holy grail for Bitcoin mining. It's a software that takes Bitcoin mining for what it is. That is an ecosystem of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of sensors. Miners have sensors, every single temperature sensor, pressure sensor, everything that you can think about. Containers, the same, right? So you have different type of containers, from hydro, immersion, air cooled. So all this information, all this data is comparable to what we know as Internet of Things, IoT. And so we saw the opportunity to build a software that could scale with global operations for a company like Tether. And our Moria software today is able to talk different languages, is able to interact with many different types of containers and miners, and is able directly from one single interface that is extremely customizable, is able to perform in a common way, in an easy way, in a streamlined way, operations on every single component, from the smaller to the biggest, of a mining site and of an energy production site. So this is the scale of our involvement as Tether in the mining ecosystem. Is this to demonstrate that for us is not just a playground, but something that we take extremely seriously. And so in 2024, we are still looking to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in Bitcoin mining and in energy production. We believe that Tether will become, although is already, but will become more and more one of the top 5 players in the Bitcoin mining space without any doubt. So I hope that starting from today, you could follow our evolution in the Bitcoin mining space and the renewable energy space, and you will support us in finding new opportunities and governments open to supporting Bitcoin miners in a sustainable way all around the world, because again, we need decentralization. We need to make sure that every government has the full understanding why important it is to participate to Bitcoin mining, to remain a sovereign country, to have access to the most solid currency ever created, and to do it directly on their own territory. So thank you very much for your attention. Again, I'm really pleased to be with you today at the Global Digital Mining Summit. Thank you again.
Thank you, Paolo, from the other side. As we navigate the intricate balance between energy and innovation, let's gain further clarity from our next speaker. Join me in welcoming Kyle Schnips, VP of Public Policy at Foundry, as he discusses how energy policy fosters innovation. Welcome.
Just bear with me one moment. All right. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'd like to start by thanking BITMAIN. This is my 3rd WDMS conference in a row speaking, and each one keeps getting better and better. So my warm gratitude to BITMAIN for always putting on a great conference. My name is Kyle Schneps. I'm VP of Public Policy at Foundry. Foundry is a US-based company that focuses on empowering decentralized infrastructure across the world, and we do that by offering a wide variety of different business streams, everything from our Bitcoin mining pool to mining management operations, machine exchange, and logistics. If you can think of something in the Bitcoin ecosystem, we pretty much have a team devoted just to that. But as VP of Public Policy, my job is to engage with governments in the US, that's at the federal and state level, and then globally as needed. And so that kind of brings me to what I'm going to speak about today, which is the policy implications of energy policy, and how that affects innovation, technology, and especially our industry. So just as a quick agenda, we're going to talk about energy policy and technology and the relationship between the two, and then talk a little bit about the divide that is developing globally from a holistic approach to energy to exclusionary approaches to energy. Then we're going to talk about some case studies from the holistic and exclusionary approaches, and then kind of sum it up with some of the effects on the future of Bitcoin mining. So I wanted to start off with a quote from Sam Altman that he gave during a recent podcast with Lex Friedman, and he said, compute will be the currency of the future. I'll repeat that, compute will be the currency of the future. Now, I know many of us believe that Bitcoin will be the currency of the future, but I think what Sam was referring to here was a zoomed out perspective on how the world will function in terms of technology in the future. And so I've kind of developed my own interpretation of what I think he was saying. And I'm going to read what I have on the screen because I think it's important. So in the future, the most successful societies will be able to harness the energy necessary to process data or transact value for a variety of increasingly essential tools. And what that basically means is that those governments that are able to harness energy, which is tending toward data centers now, and those data centers will be applied to all things that we've heard of now, AI, storage, Bitcoin mining, and things that we're not even talking about yet. And so we can see on the left there where energy is going in terms of data centers in the future. And over the next, several years, we're going to see a straight hockey stick up in how much energy is needed for our ability to compute in data centers. Now, here's some more projections about energy and the new technologies that we'll need. So we need roughly just in the next 2 years about double the amount of energy just to feed data centers globally. And if we just pick a random country like Ireland, a third of Ireland's electricity demand is going to be consumed by data centers. And then in terms of investment in energy and the consumption of energy for data centers over the next decade, we're going to see at least a 5x for generative AI alone. So these are huge increases in the amount of energy needed to supply our strategic technological future. Now, this is something everybody knows. It's pretty intuitive. I'll gloss over it quickly, but obviously, historically, there's a direct link between the ability to harness energy, right, and use it for population growth and the technologies that sustain those populations. And so, historically, governments that are best able to cultivate energy production are able to foster innovation, are able to sustain that population growth that comes with things like back in the 1800s, early 1900s, with the harnessing of fossil fuels for a wide variety of things that I have listed here that are just basic to human advancement: heat, electricity, air conditioning, hospitals, information sharing, transportation. These are all fundamental to the bedrock of how we live our lives. And so this is why energy policies and governments' ability to develop their energy policies are so crucial to their strategic advantage technologically moving forward into the future. And yet we see this divide developing among governments. And the way I see it is that it divides into two sections. We have a holistic approach to energy that many governments are pursuing. And then there's an exclusionary approach to energy that governments are pursuing. Largely, that exclusionary approach comes in Western Europe and North America. And so to define these terms in terms of holistic approach to energy, that is, holistic means in this sense utilizing all forms of energy to maximize production. Governments investing in all forms of energy production, even despite their natural propensity towards one particular asset, whether it be fossil fuels, they may want to invest in other types of energy as well for long-term sustainability. Holistic approaches to energy embrace a narrative that energy is key to societal advancement. And moreover, and perhaps most importantly, a holistic approach to energy is viewing energy through a utilitarian lens as something that is necessary to the societies that we've built and to the future of our strategic advantage moving forward. Now, on the other side, there are governments that have started to adopt an exclusionary approach to energy, I call it. And that involves singling out preferred forms of energy while limiting others intentionally. And they'll do this by using subsidies or taxes to encourage or discourage certain types of energy. And embracing a narrative that the creation or usage of energy is largely negative for society. This is sort of that concept that some Western countries have developed, that energy is almost the original sin of humanity. And this is usually viewed through a moralistic lens. This is applying a subjective moral value to an objective truth or an objective necessity that energy is necessary. And so applying that moralistic lens sometimes lends itself to limiting the types of energy they use. And so I wanted to just give a couple, two examples, just so we can see. So I'm going to take the state of New York. So New York has what I call an exclusionary approach to energy policy, a policy of exclusionary approach to energy. So what has New York done over the past couple decades? Well, they've banned coal, they've banned fracking, they've banned nuclear energy, and that's not just new nuclear facilities, but closing old nuclear facilities. They've banned new natural gas plants. They've banned gas stoves in your kitchen at home. They've banned wood-fired pizza ovens. And of course, they have a temporary ban now on Bitcoin mining that I spent a good portion of my adult life fighting. And they are looking to make that that temporary ban more permanent. So what are the results of the exclusionary approach to energy? Well, counterintuitively, or maybe intuitively, it, of course, has a negative effect on the state. So 10 years ago, New York City used 85% fossil fuels as a mix in its energy, for its electric grid. After 10 years of these policies, supposed green policies, New York City is still at 85% fossil fuels in its electricity mix. Secondly, it also has one of the highest electricity rates for customers. And over the past 4 years, it's lost 21 headquarters in terms of businesses, just since 2020. Those are businesses leaving the state. Now let's look at a holistic approach to energy. As an example, I took Texas here. Texas has embraced wind, gas, solar, biomass, all sorts of fossil fuels. It has a pro-nuclear stance. It promotes Bitcoin mining to balance its grid and to monetize wasted energy at the source at renewable energy sites. It's also created a fund to build gas plants, microgrids, and to increase grid resilience. So what are the results of the holistic approach? Well, Texas reached 80% of renewable energy on its grid on certain days, which is amazing. It accounts for 26% now of US wind energy production. Its electricity rates are 30% lower than New York State. And it's gained 209 business headquarters over the past 4 years. And the reason I think this is so important is because it shows that a holistic approach to energy creates the access that businesses need to succeed, and it draws businesses to these locations. And I think this can be replicated to any place in the world that embraces a holistic approach to energy. So in my experiences over the past number of years of interacting with lots of governments, what should governments do, what can they do, generally speaking, to bring businesses to their geographic locations? Well, they can encourage varied energy production. That's using investments, subsidies, tax incentives to draw various types of energy production, which will have a direct relationship with drawing businesses. They can embrace opportunities, right? Having a pro-business, pro-tech, pro-crypto environment can be very inviting to businesses, and Texas, UAE, other GCC countries, I mean, places that are saying we are open for business. Come and speak with us. This is one of the best things that governments can do for industry. And we've seen, at least in my research, that the tech industry has shown that some of the biggest things governments can do to bring their headquarters there is taxes, of course, and cost of business, and just generally having an open door policy. So what should governments not do? Governments should not ban things, generally speaking. Banning things tend to be a short-term solution to long-term issues that don't really work out that well because of what we call in the US the Streisand effect, which is basically drawing attention to the very thing you're trying to ban. And the more attention you draw to something you're trying to ban, the more people get curious, the more people want to get involved with it. And so it has the adverse effect of what the intention is. Excluding various forms of energy from the energy portfolio of a country is never good. It doesn't show long-term thinking. And perhaps most importantly and most scary to me is government should not pick winners and losers in business because it scares companies away, it scares industry away. And in New York State, this is something that I've seen. We see this scarcity mindset of energy in the politicians that are elected and the special interest groups. And this scarcity mindset breeds a kind of, it breeds an inability to bring in new companies, and it also breeds a willingness in the politicians to parcel out energy as though it is completely scarce. And when you're parceling out energy to favored industries over not, it shows that any industry could be next on the chopping block when it comes to either giving or not giving energy. And so we don't want to be in this situation in the future where whatever elected official is in power, this is in the US or anywhere, is putting their thumb on the scale of what should be a free and open capital market. And we've seen this in the United States just with the current administration proposing what they call a Dame tax, right? So they're proposing, President Biden is, a 30% tax on the electricity used by Bitcoin miners. This is a key way of discriminating against one industry in the favor of another, or other types of data centers. And it's really a slippery slope that could develop. And very unfriendly to businesses, because every business would say to themselves, well, we could be next. Maybe we're going to be denied energy. Maybe our energy is going to be taxed if the government doesn't like what we're doing. So to sum up, there's a few key points here that I want everybody to take away. One, if compute will be the currency of the future, then energy is the lifeblood of tech strategic advantage. If governments are willing to use a holistic approach to energy, it attracts business and innovation in that sense. Also, government should incentivize various forms of energy to create the abundance needed for a compute-heavy future. If we know the future of technology is tending toward data centers that require a lot of energy, those governments that can harness energy the best are going to have the most strategic advantage in the future. And perhaps most importantly, as technologies embrace decentralization, holistic energy policies will be the factor that bring tech businesses to specific geographic location. What this means is that as various technologies tend towards decentralization, they're going to have a wide variety of locations to choose from. The way to draw those industries, to draw the productivity, to draw the jobs and the tax revenue and all of those things is to show a business-friendly face to those companies, and that involves a wide variety of energy investment. And so, with that said, I really appreciate your time. My name's Kyle Schnaps. Please feel free to reach out while I'm walking around. Happy to talk policy and politics if you so choose. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you to BITMAIN.
Our journey through the fascinating world of mining continues with our next keynote speaker. Please welcome Nick Hansen, CEO of Luxor Technology, as he sheds light on 1 zettahash. How does the world look with 1 zettahash of mining power? Welcome.
All right. Please stay. Great. Thank you. Green. Okay. Great. Does not really fit. All right. Was hoping to kind of walk around a little bit, but we'll be over here at the podium. My name is Nick Hansen. I'm the CEO of Luxor. If you Google Luxor today, most likely you'll find something about Bitcoin or Bitcoin mining pools. But we also have Hashrate Index, which is basically a data platform, a place for miners to come learn and see kind of what the mining economics look like. So without further ado, we're going to talk about what does the world look like at 1 zettahash. Right now, we're around 600, 620, depending on the day, exahash. Let's go, and we go up to 1,000. What's that going to look like? Where's it going to come from? But first, oh no, we're going to talk about what is a zettahash, because we kind of take for granted exahash, petahash. What are those numbers, and why? How have we gotten to where we are today? And ultimately, like, what is actually even a hash? So let's talk about what is a zeta. A zeta is an incredibly large number that's almost too large for the human mind to comprehend. It's an order of magnitude. So starting at the bottom, we've got 100. That's like the number of people in this room. You got 1,000, which is the number of people in a small town or the number of dollars in your checking account. Then we go up to 1 million, which is the people in a whole city, a very substantial net worth. Then we go up to 1 billion, which is all people on Earth, and an entire corporation's net worth. Then we go into the realm of trillions, where you've got the number of cells in your human body, or the net worth of the S&P 500 top 5 companies: NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, etc. We go up to quadrillion, which is all cells of all humans on planet Earth. Also, the Zimbabwe debt, because of inflation, and one of the reasons that Bitcoin exists. And then quintillion, which is the number of grains of sand on Earth, which is especially poignant given that we're here in Oman. There's a lot of sand here as well, beautiful beaches. We get to 6 trillion, which is where we're at today in terms of magnitude. Also, it's the number of stars in stars and planets in the known universe, and also around the number of hashes computed by the Bitcoin miners per second right now. So let's talk a little bit about what is a hash. So a cryptographic function, basically it produces a very large number, a number that is larger than all of the number of atoms in the entire known universe, somewhere between 0 and that number. It's able to demonstrate that some amount of computation was done, effectively proving that you did some work. That's where the term proof of work comes from. It has a unique output, and what that means is that you put in the word, BITMAIN, and you put in the word something else, and it will never result in the same output. It results in a unique output, like almost always, but there are times when it has, anyway. It also has a fixed output, which is very useful because a hash is 64 hex characters, and so that makes it very easy to fit into things, and you know exactly what the size of the hash will be. It's very important for that, and it's also generally hashes are fast computation. SHA-256 is very efficient. It's very easy for machines to do, and that's why we've gotten so much growth over the last 10 years, going from CPUs and GPUs to now highly specialized devices, the likes of what BITMAIN produces, and they're also one way. So given a hash, you've all probably gone to mempool.space or blockchain.com and seen a hash. It's impossible to determine what data was used to produce that hash, and so you can't go the other way. So that's a very unique constraint. That's also the reason we use hashes for password validation. And basically the entire security of the internet relies on this idea of a hash function. There are a lot of different types of hash functions, but the one that's near and dear to our heart is SHA-256, of course. It's actually SHA-256D because we do it twice. So now we know what a zeta is and a hash. What's a zeta hash? Well, oh, I did not move that. Okay. So what is a zeta hash? So a zeta hash, if you used all S9s, that's the one, that's the machine that's near and dear to my heart because I kind of started with S9s. Be about 45 million S9s. Of course, that's not what the network is made up of, but just gives you an idea. Of course, it would also be around 3 million S21s. And we know that the network is not exactly 3 million S21s or 45 million S9s. It's some combination of each. So let's talk about that. So we assume around, based on our surveys, doing nonce analysis, and kind of looking at the data that we have available to us, we assume that the total network efficiency is around 29 joules per terahash. That's kind of a blended efficiency. So given that number, we can back into the network using somewhere around 10.5 gigawatts right now. Pretty significant amount. For example, Oman has around 4 gigawatts of production. Texas at peak times has around 80 gigawatts. So that just gives you some scale around how much energy the Bitcoin network is using at any given time. So you can say, well, we need 40% more gigawatts to get to 1 zettahash. It's not going to be exactly that, most likely, because there will be a lot of turnover of machines. So that number, that efficiency number, goes down all the time. Basically, that 29 joules per terahash is going to probably, over the course of the year, come down to somewhere in the mid to low 20s, say the 23 to 25 range, as more and more of these S21s and S21 Hydros and T21s, and maybe there's a new machine coming out that's even more efficient, those types of machines are going to start getting plugged in and bring this number down. So yeah, of course, the amount of hash rate is going to increase, but that doesn't mean energy will increase linearly with it. Our estimate is that it will probably be somewhere around 12 gigawatts to get to 1 zettahash. Of course, a lot of that will happen here in the Middle East. The Middle East is one of the fastest areas on a percentage basis for hash rate growth in the world. And we do think that that's going to increase post-halving, which is in around 20, what do we have, about 20 days, 22 days. So get ready, that's coming. There's an abundance of natural gas and nuclear energy in the Middle East, and that has relatively low power pricing. Certainly lower than all of Europe, parts of the US, and even parts of Latin America and Asia. Some of the biggest miners in the world are expanding into the Middle East. Of course, Marathon is most well known given their size, being the biggest miner in the world. But then you've also got the Phoenix Group. They're all continuing to invest in this area. And so we think that there's a good chance that over 10% of all of the new hash rate that needs to come online to reach 1 zettahash will come from the Middle East. Given on a percentage basis where we're at today, that's a very significant amount of growth for the region. And so given that it's very hot, very dry, the Middle East is particularly well suited for hydro mining, which is, of course, why we're here today to talk about new hydro miners. Why hydro, though, and why is that interesting? Well, they produce much more hash rate. It has to do with power density, so those machines are smaller, but they use more power, and so they produce way more hash rate. And they're also more efficient. You can get the chips operate you get better performance from the chips because of the liquid cooling that's going through, and you're able to reduce your efficiency, which is good. You want to reduce efficiency, which improves your margins. And they also have lower capex, given on a joules per terahash basis. You're able to, you can pack so much more terahash into a machine. You're able to improve your joule per terahash number. They're also very good at cooling. Of course, if you go out there, you can see them in action and how they actually are running. That's those machines in hot, arid climates work really, really well, and that's probably where a lot of the hash rate growth in the Middle East will come from. So that's the tie-in to the hydro, is that most of, we're in the Middle East, we're here to talk about hydros. Most likely, a good portion of that 400-ish exahash that needs to come online it'll probably happen within the next 12 months or so, is going to come from this type of machine. So that's why it's very interesting, very excited to be here to talk about the S21 hydros and all the hydros in general. So that's it. Again, I'm the CEO of Luxor, Nick Hansen. You can follow us on Twitter. You check out the socials, and very much appreciate everybody coming through today. And thank you again to BITMAIN for having us here. It's a beautiful conference, beautiful place. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
And before we proceed further, it's time for an exciting moment. Get ready as we start our lucky draw. So our lucky draw today will proceed in the following order: 5 third prizes, $100K Antminer coupons, 3 second prizes, $200K Antminer coupons. So as our audience may already know, the names of our ticket holder have been pre-entered into our system, scrolling on the big screen behind me. And our lucky draw guest will have the authority to stop the scrolling at any time. And the name displayed on the screen at that moment will be our winner. And a notice is that you have to be present to win the prize. We'll call the name 3 times. If you are not here, we'll just keep calling. Okay? And please allow me to welcome Felice to come on the stage to do the lucky draw for us. Okay, so we're gonna do the screen scrolling. It's the 3rd prize right now, okay? Please start scrolling.
Stop. Tian Amanda.
Tian Amanda, are you here? Tian Amanda, 2nd time. 3rd time, Tian Amanda. Missed the prize. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
Okay, we have our first winner. Great. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
I don't even know how to pronounce. Kimenko? Not here. Kimenko, 2nd time. 3rd time, Kimenko. Okay, keep scrolling, please.
Stop. Which one is
Riddlelands Gaddies? Riddlelands Gaddies? Riddlelands Gaddies? No? You're not here? Okay. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
7 Harry? 7 Harry? Oh, great. We have our 2nd winner. Please Stand by there. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
Ellen McMentov. Ellen McMentov. Ellen McMentov. No, keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
Back Jen, is that you? We have our third winner. 2 more to go. Please start scrolling.
Stop.
康熙，康熙，你来了吗？康熙，康熙。That's a good name, by the way. Oh, he's not here. Please start scrolling.
Stop.
Tatiana. Sorry, I cannot pronounce. Dubiskaya. Not here? Okay, keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
Leo who? Leo who? Not here. Leo who? Okay, keep scrolling, please. 2 more.
Stop.
Hu Hongxuan. Hu Hongxuan. Hu Hongxuan. No? Okay. Just keep scrolling then.
Stop.
Musalam al-Hidif.
مسلم الإيدة.
Our fourth winner. The fifth one, the last one for the third prize. Hang in there. Can you keep scrolling, please?
Stop.
Kira Lee. Kira Lee. Kira Lee. No? Keep scrolling, please. Thank you for your patience.
Stop.
靳小玲，靳小玲，靳小玲，你得奖了。Keep scrolling. Thank you.
Stop.
Lorna Blount, I know her. She's a media from CoinDesk, and she's not here. Lorna Blount. Lorna Blount. Can you keep scrolling, please?
Stop.
Yue Fan. Oh, right there. Great, we have our 5 winners for the third prize. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. Thank you so much for patience. Please get on the stage, do a little introduction of yourself. Yeah. Okay, you can sit. The 5 winners for the third prize will do a small introduction of themselves. Just say hi to the audience.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jan Beck. I work at Luxor Technology. We are developing third-party firmware for BITMAIN miners. We are also a mining pool, and you've heard everything that Nick has just told you about. That's Luxor. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Again, it's so pleasure to have you all here, and also to be in here, and also I'm more happy now for this prize. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm a miner in China, from China. I'm not good at English, and my company is in Japan, and welcome to Japan, China. Thank you.
My name is Guilherme. I'm head of procurement of Penguin. We do mining in Paraguay and also educational programs, and also looking for expansion in other countries, please. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's my honor to be here. I stand for Miners Club and Bitfinder. We do mining stuff in country, Belarus, Minsk. Thank you, everybody.
Go with him. Great, thank you so much. Fellas, you can take a group photo together. Thank you so much, guys. Great. Thank you so much and congratulations. Fairies, can you come back to do the second prize with me? So the second prize, we have 3 winners. The prize is $200K in miner coupons. Can you start scrolling, please?
I hope I win this time.
3 people.
Stop.
I don't even know. Dorji for show? Or, sorry. Dorji, are you here? Dorji? No?
Continue, I guess.
Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
Sajad, gonna appreciate. Sajad? No? Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
马佳在吗？不在。Keep scrolling, please.
Stop. عليان سامر.
Alea Summer?
عليان سامر.
No. Alea Summer, no. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
张明明在吗？ Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
钟明杰。Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
王晨在吗？王晨 can keep scrolling.
Stop. Matt Yamato. Matt
Yamamoto, no? Okay, great. Keep scrolling.
Stop. محمد محمود الرحبي.
Oh, that's you? Oh, okay. You're just so quiet. I didn't even see you. We have our first winner. We have 2 more to go. Thank you for being here. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
张文龙 No. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
陆广兴。陆广兴。Oh, he's right here, right there. We have a second winner. Now we're just having the last one. Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
里根。里根。里根。你是里根吗？你是？哦，对不起，喂。Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
宋婷，宋婷在吗？ I know her. She's not here. 宋婷, no? Okay, keep scrolling then. That's not her.
Stop.
徐亚楠。徐亚楠。徐亚楠, no? Keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
康熙，你又获奖了，你这个名字确实可以的。康熙不在吗？康熙 ，keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
于山河。Oh, thank you, thank you. Please come on the stage. Please come on the stage, the winners. 没事没事。Please get on the stage, winners. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Please do a brief introduction of yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Manuel in China, but I live in Greece. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, it's my honor to be here on the stage, and my name is Mohammed, and I'm doing my own personal mining in Oman. Thank you.
Hello everyone, our company name is Apex Store. We sell ASIC miners. We are very happy to be here with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And please take a group photo together. Thank you. Thank you so much. And winners are kindly requested to present their passport at the registration desk for the prize redemption. Along your passport, we'll also need you to register your personal information. Please note that the deadline for prize redemption is 8 p.m. on March 29th, in the day of the conference. Failure to register within the designated time frame will result in the forfeit of the prize. And now let's transition into our panel discussion on hydro mining technology wins the desert. Moderating this discussion is Turbo, VP of Business Development Asia at Luxor Technology. And the panelists include Bourgeon, CEO of Penguin, Sam Ferdo, CEO of Moonwalk Systems, Wayne, CTO of Moonwalk Systems, Olivier, CEO of Green Data City, Francesca Faglioni, CFO of Alps Blockchain, and Jad, founder and CEO of Exahertz.
Okay, sorry for waiting, everyone. Thank you for listening to our panel. So today we're gonna to talk about the hydro cooling technology, how it wins the dessert. So we are happy to have 6 guests here. Sorry about I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Turbo from Luxor Technology. And then I think let's start from some introduction of the guests. So please meet Olivia from Green Data City, and Bjorn from Pengui, and also Francesca from ALPS Blockchain, and Sam from Moodwork System, and Jade from XHers. And also,
Wayne Bashir, CTO for Moonwalk Systems.
yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so our platform, So our platform hash rate index used to wrote something about Middle East, about Oman and UAE area. And I think this area has really abundant energy resource and also strong capital and also attractive friendly policy. So everything makes this area very suitable for miners to come. But how to make the mining industry more sustainable in this area becomes a topic. And then we have hydro technology. So I will leave more time for our guests to share more because they are definitely, their opinions will be more valuable. I think my first question will be I'm interested in your choice of the mining method. There are immersion, there are air cooling, and hydro. What led you choose hydro, and what's the process? Yeah. Olivier, do you want to share first?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We have a very simple answer to that. At Green Data City, we, as a first phase, have a 200 megawatt farm that is an umbrella where miners can come, get a land, a long-term electricity contract, and authorization to mine under our license. So we currently have 7 clients and 5 technologies on site, including immersion and including hydro, of course. Now, with 1 year and a half of experience, we now feel that hydro cooling is the future, definitely. Saving water, saving electricity, and also being central to what we do as Green Data City, which is to provide ancillary services to improve the sustainability of the mine, which has, for example, coupling hydro cooling with dry coolers to save water, coupling hydro cooling with deep ocean cooling, which is a technology that can be installed in Oman. As in Oman, we have unique access to deep ocean water at 6 degrees just next to the shore. So this is a technology that's used in several data centers in the world. It's very good to save energy. We save about 90% energy that would be used in dry coolers or cooling towers. And obviously, hydro cooling can also be used for coupling with renewable energies. So again, from our side, the choice of hydro cooling for the future comes from experience. And we feel it's the most efficient technology by far.
Nice. Yeah, do you want to?
Good. Pleasure to be here. For us, we took the decision to build a 100 megawatt site in Paraguay around 2 years ago. And it took us around the first year to build the substation. So a bit more than 1 year ago, it was time for us to decide on what technology we want to build our data centers in and what kind of technology we want to specialize, offer for hosting. And in that time, there was hydro, there was immersion, there was air, and we had experience with air cooling, and we knew it's not perfect. It's very hot in Paraguay, and during the day you have issues when it's very warm, and it takes a lot of water, and especially it's very difficult to operate. So we eliminated air cooling, and we said, okay, we have immersion and water. And I think just like any technology, there is a curve in improvement, right? There is a very early phase of a technology, and then the technology matures, becomes better, and then it becomes mainstream. And I think we looked at both very carefully, hydro and immersion, and we looked at the offers on the market. And back then, I think immersion was very, very early, and there was not a single scalable solution that worked. But we could find one hydro-scaled deployment that looked really well, that was in the US at Merkel Standard, that many of you probably have visited or heard of the site. And so we talked to them, they said, no, it actually works well. We talked to others, like Poolin, they said, well, it didn't work so well, right? But since we saw one place where it worked, we were very convinced that this can work for us as well, and that was how we took the decision.
Yeah, just one more question here. So I think Penguin hosted a lot of clients' machines. So stability must be very important. How you think like hydro helps on the stability, like you said, and what will influence it?
So when it comes to stability, I think what you can see, and that is the core really of like what we see today and what we learned from the last 8-9 months of operations. We do have a very small air deployment, and every day when it's 35-40 degrees Celsius, you see a dent in the hash rate, right? Goes down, becomes less efficient, and with hydro, you have that. You don't have that. It just continues operating. And we, as a hosting provider to our customers, we monitor two types of KPIs. We monitor hash rate uptime, and we monitor uptime. And uptime is generally that the data center is up and running, but also hash rate uptime means that which percentage of our theoretical hash rate we're actually using. And so with air, the maximum that we can realize is really like 95%. That's already pretty decent. With hydro, we're now currently at hash rate uptime 98.3, 98.5%, and online uptime we're at 99 point something. So the goal actually now for us is to bring this higher, above, with both numbers above 99%, and that would be unimaginable with air. So for us, the operations are much more stable. And I think particularly when you think about a large-scale deployment, if you have 1 or 2 computers, it doesn't matter so much, right? You can somehow manage. Even if you have 1-2 megawatts, no problem. But if you have 100 megawatts that you're operating in one site, and then you want to start building the next 100, 200, 400, 500 megawatts, then it becomes a massive difference if things just work. And that for us and for our customers is very key.
Nice. Thank you so much. Francesca, do you want?
Yeah. I totally agree with you because we started our large-scale operation in Paraguay after our operation in Italy that were kind of smaller, and we didn't have many experience with hydro, and so we started with air cooling operation. And in countries like this where the temperature can get really high, like 35, 40 degrees Celsius, it's kind of difficult to keep a good uptime with air-cooled miners. We found different kind of solution to try to have better uptime, like water panels, like other kind of hardware and software solutions, firmwares. But it's kind of impossible to have really good uptimes in that kind of countries. And so that's how it comes to the choice to start studying hydro operations. When we started, we thought it was kind of premature to make large-scale operation with hydro because there weren't enough experience in the market, and we couldn't be like testers of that kind of operation if we were building large-scale mining farms. But then, like 1 year ago, when we started studying Oman as a new development, we started studying this area, and we understood that air couldn't be an option, not only for the temperature that can be high but similar to Paraguay, but also for the salt, for the sand. So for sure the technical requirements of the farm and the country we are in makes you choose what kind of operation you have to develop. And so we had 2 options here, hydro or immersion. And I think that this choice depends on the team you have in the farm, and how you want to build the farm, the uptime you want, how much maintenance you want to do on that operation. And so that's why we choose a hydro, because it's kind of simpler to handle and to do the maintenance. And there were S21 hydro coming that are kind of really good miners, maybe better for uptime than 19XP. And so we wanted to do this pilot project with S21 hydro containers. Also because there were the dry coolers containers coming to the market. And we think that's the only way to do hydro in large-scale operation, because else there is a kind of sustainability problem you have to handle, because in this area where water is kind of a scarce resource, considering doing big hydro facilities with wet towers would be really a high consumption of water. And so with dry coolers, we found a good way to do large-scale operations.
It's really nice to hear about the good performance of S91 hydro, because every new generation, there's a lot of buyers are watching to see how they perform and then decide if they want to buy. So it's really nice to hear they're performing well.
Yeah, also efficiency is a kind of variable, because we are going through the halving in a few months, no, in 1 month. And so our idea is making the operation as much efficient as possible, and to do that, hydro is the best option right now.
Okay, cool, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so for us, mining in Oman, with the environment, heat, humidity, we only had two options, either immersion or hydro. We opted for hydro because it just made more sense. It was a better turnkey solution in terms of the cost, the capex, the performance of the machines, the stability of uptime, and basically the overall flexibility of how you can set up your systems. With dry coolers, cooling towers. So for us, there was a bit of a learning curve as well, but overall I feel that the hydro system just surpasses immersion, and you can get a lot more out of it, especially out here in the Middle East, compared to immersion. Thank you.
Nice. Jay, do you want
I got mine now. So.
Okay.
For us, similar. Around 5 years ago, we started designing our own containers. We were among the first people that thought if to come to the Middle East, we needed to have a more controllable environment. So in-house, before BITMAIN, we had designed our own air hybrid kind of solution. And by the time our prototype were ready, BITMAIN's prototype and hydro solution were out. So it was really a no-brainer from a CapEx, OpEx perspective to adopt your system. Now, granted, truth to be said, when we just first started with it, reputational risk was there, and the first generation were not as optimized as today. But it was still made more sense to us that it's better from a CapEx, OpEx long term than the immersion. And with the challenges here in the region, we thought that also could be useful having a battery ESG on the water. So we're using gray water on site, making sure that things are done in a proper manner. Now, in relation to what Olivier touched on, which is deep sea and deep ocean kind of technology, we've assessed to have centralized unit towers so we can actually tap into this low. But the CapEx still doesn't make much sense for us, at least, to embark on this. Now, with the next generation, if we collaborate well with BITMAIN, potentially we might have a product to roll out. We've also been doing very high uptimes. We're quite happy with the performance of the machines. And to be mentioned in this part of the world, heat and humidity, like Francesca said, is a very big element. But not only on the mining, on the electrical side. So our designs on the electrical have been quite modular. We like everything to be modular, to be specific. And that enabled us to have a more efficient rollout, faster deployment, controllable, even controlling the temperature within the transformers so we can control the loss of electricity. Most of the people here in the industry knows that electricity is king in our industry. So perfecting these grids, smart microgrids that we're doing, is what makes our sites a little bit better and more efficient. And this is where we're trying to push frontiers of having a better return, not only on the quality of electricity, but the proper infrastructure for the future farms that can be implemented in all type of industries. You know, other elements such as water and treatments. Wayne will tap into more on it. Thank you so much. That's the main reason we adopted hydro.
Okay. I think you mentioned about the gray water. So this is what we'd like to know more. So we know the policy in the Middle East area is kind of friendly. So the gray water use is definitely a return of the policy, and which makes the government and companies can be like more close. So would you like to share more about that?
It's not only the reason. See, Turbo, the main issue that we're facing as miner globally, that people think we're just here for the electricity. It's more now moving towards having a bigger role into an ecosystem where we are added value to any country that we go to, whether tackling the actual issues from environment ESG's perspective, from gray water or pollution or decommissioning of gas wells or flare gas like what Crusoe's doing. So there's a lot of integration, vertical integration in society where we can play a role. Not to mention grid balance and other elements. So all these things are part of an ecosystem that mining is becoming the backbone of. The ESG that's related for the gray water, these treated water usually are dispersed into the sea if they're not utilized in farming and municipalities. So when you build a farm that instead of dispersing these kind of loads into the sea and the ocean and utilize it for your cooling purposes, that's something not only because it's better for them, but it's something part of our contribution. You know, yeah. Granted, yes, that has been a success into having a better environmental impact, where the support from governmental entities has been quite, we're privileged to be having.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to share? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Wayne. My team and myself built the 46 megawatt farm here in Oman, which is running at probably around 99% at the moment, up and running. So I think most of the colleagues here have already covered most aspects, but I just wanted to clarify one thing for everyone. When you say hydro mining, that's half of the equation. Hydro mining simply means that the ASIC is cooled by water. The challenge with hydro mining is how you cool the water. And that's what's a little bit gray in this discussion. It's sort of moving back and forth. And I think everyone needs to understand that hydro mining is just half of the equation. How do you cool the water which is cooling the miner is the critical part. And you will hear on the far right, Mr. Olivier, he's in favor of dry cooling technologies for that. But as Mr. Bjorn says, in certain environments, that just doesn't work because you need to go into efficiency mining because there's too much heat and they don't work as efficiently as other technologies. So you need to assess in your environment what cooling solution is going to work best for your hydro mining. Once you've made the choice to go hydro mining, which is clearly already, as you can see, the right choice, then you get to ask the question, how do you cool those, the miners? And for our particular site, why did we choose water cooling over air cooling? Because firstly, predictability. When you cool with water, it's literally 100% predictable, the outcome. You can run at 100% hash rate throughout summer and throughout winter, which here in the Middle East is a critical question. Even in Salalah, where we built the site, 2 days ago, we had 37 degrees. And if we were running air-cooled solutions, we would have to reduce our hash rate to compensate for that. So when we chose water, then you have a new set of issues that you have to deal with. How do you get that quantity of water? Because you need a large quantity of water if you are using cooling towers. And again, and as Jad has said, so our solution was to work with the government. We discovered that actually in most cities of the world, you have a huge excess quantity of treated sewage effluent water. This is the water which comes from the municipality, which has been treated chemically or organically to reduce the harmful compounds and is sitting there and they don't know what to do with it. They use it for irrigating golf courses and so on. And so we found a way to treat that water, and we use that water, we clean it up. Instead of it being dumped into the sea, which is where most of it goes right now, or just into the land, we clean it up, we use part of it for cooling, and we're busy returning parts of that to greenify parts of Salalah, which we'll be implementing in the coming months. So again, that adds to the green value and provides our customers with 100% flat rate hash rates. The cost of that water is very low, and we found ways to solve the problems associated with water. I'm not going to lie to you, water has its own issues. There's a maintenance issue with water. The reservoirs need to be cleaned regularly. But we have found innovative ways to improve or let's say to make it, to optimize the process substantially and reduce the maintenance window. And so for us, this 46 megawatts now is a benchmark project, and it's working absolutely flawlessly. So I think each environment requires its own approach. If you don't have access to a lot of water, you don't have any choice. You're going to have to use dry cooling technologies, but you should be aware you may not, depending on the temperature, ever reach 100% of your mining.
I would like to add on what he said with just one sentence. It's very key to tailor the sites and its requirement to the site itself. And even if it's the same country, the metrics changes due to height of sea, a lot of other factors, you know. So that's the only advice that we would actually send out for whoever adopting it. It's just not a turnkey solution that's directly plug and play. It's not very difficult. It is rather exciting to solve these issues as they happen, yeah? But tailoring these are very important, specifically for having the optimal output and the best OPEX and CAPEX for your return on your hash.
If you allow me, I think we all agree that the hydro cooling is the best technology. We have a debate about should we actually use dry coolers or water. We still believe that cleaning water and using it is a little bit difficult here because of the situation of the country where most of the water is desalinated. But I agree with Jad, a little bit less important in Salalah. By the way, we're called Green Data City, not because of the renewable part. Of course, it's important. But Salalah, the city where we are, is actually a green city because we have rain for 2 months during the summer. You have to go and see it to believe it. Now, on the question of increasing your capex to use dry coolers, I need to mention something that's very important, and we didn't mention it yet on the day, which is government long-term support. Why government long-term support? Because when you have a license to mine for 10 years, renewable, when you have a long-term contract for energy prices at a stable cost, again, for 10 to 15 years, you are able to spend much more money in a much better way than what we used to do 3 years ago, for example. We used to be in an industry where we are looking at the lowest electricity price, making business plans on 3 to 5 years, now more than 5 years because the S21 has more longevity. But now I think there is a shift, and Oman is an excellent example. Long-term government support, long-term electricity deals, low political risk, allows you to invest much more. On our side, so we are not a miner. Francesca, for example, is a miner in Green Data City. But on our side, we provide additional services. So we are investing $100 million for a SWAC, seawater AC. That's a huge investment. We couldn't do it on a business plan of 3 years. It's impossible. We also have to install solar panels, $200 million. Again, the long-term stability of government licenses is very important. I hope...
I completely agree, and yes, the sustainable approach, Olivier, is mainly where we are here today, and we've been both very privileged and fortunate to have the government support and the stability from Oman. So we are, again, thanking the leadership of this country, the ministries and everyone that made this happen, and for providing us with these environments where we're testing also multiple solutions to see which is best as performant. So in this field, or in our industry, there's always room for improvement. And as Olivier just said, it makes sense to us and it makes us much more comfortable to take these risks, because usually investors are not very much comfortable with each type of risk when you have a sustainable growth and you're aligned with the growth of the government and the vision of the government. So thank you, Olivier, for raising that up. But I completely align with you.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, Francesca.
Can I just add something
Sure,
to
sure.
what Olivier said? Because when we decided to start with hydro, we really did a massive study on trying to understand what kind of cooling for the water was the best fit, because it's one of the most important choice when choosing hydro, because as he said, yeah, cooling the miners with water is something, but then you have to cool the water. And when we started studying that to be applied to Oman, so where water is a really scarce resource, we tried to understand what to do. Also because we went to see many operations with without dry coolers, and we saw what happens to the water because it's a kind of open loop, and so every kind of thing in the air becomes in touch with the water. And so you also have to handle that kind of problems. And so you don't only have to do the mining operation and cooling the water, but you also have to handle the use of water and the cleaning of water. And so what we decided is there the possibility to do mining with dry coolers in Salalah, for example? And the answer was yes, because the temperatures allow you to do operation with dry coolers, because the difference is with water coolers, you can have like 40 degrees or more ambient temperature. With dry coolers, you must have at most 38 degrees, something like that. But we had the opportunity to do with dry coolers, and they are the most efficient technology in that case, because you don't have use of water, it's a closed loop, so we change the water once every year or more, and everything works well with less maintenance. And so it's a more sustainable operation too, and that's how we made that choice.
Understand.
Can I invite Ms. Francesca to our site to see how we solved these problems and made it easier? You'd be my guest.
Sorry?
I invite you to come to our site to see how we solved the problems you are talking about.
We went to your site, we visited also your site. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Absolutely. When I said we did a massive study on that kind of operations, was because we went to many sites and see what happens to the water.
So these issues you are talking about, like environmental sand and so on, we have found ways to solve these that are quite easy and achieve predictability.
Yeah, we saw that you find many ways to solve that, and we really saw that, but it's another work you have to do in the mining farm, and we decided to avoid that.
The OPEX impact, so on the long-term OPEX impact of returns.
Yeah.
I understand. We've also compared financial studies on these matters, and we're not by any chance saying that this is better than that. There's rooms to study these things and rolling them out, you know?
Yeah.
But what's been worth to be noted here, that we're very happy with the BITMAIN modifications and with the BITMAIN systems that we have acquired, and the fact that they haven't voided our warranties, thank you. So to just do these adjustments that were needed to tailor the responses of the operation here. Now, you're still correct on the OPEX side, but I'll tell you, look at your electrical additional consumption and calculate that with the projected BTC loft from hash rate.
Depends on the dry coolers you are using, because also that is a part of research. And now we think that in the market there are really efficient dry coolers that don't have a huge consumption, and so you can also eliminate that kind of cost.
I think we can all agree here the beauty of the BITMAIN product is you can use water cooling, dry coolers, heat exchangers.
Absolutely.
It all depends on what works for you. Each one of them has its own pros and cons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it makes sense to zoom out a little bit, because there's a very interesting conversation if it's how you cool the water, right? But I think if you zoom a little bit more out and you look where we're coming from, then in the end, you realize that we're at the very frontier of data center technology. And data centers historically had around half of their energy consumption used for cooling. And then it got improved, and on average today, it's around 54, the PUE is 1.45 in the world. That means that 54% markup on the, 54 markup, so it's around a third of the energy is gonna go into cooling, right, for the computer. So you have compute, half to two-thirds of your energy consumption, cooling, half to one-third of your energy consumption. And in Bitcoin, that's obviously not an option, because we would talk on a 100 megawatt site, we would talk about 100 megawatts for cooling, which would be absolutely impossible. So we have improved in the industry the PUE to something that is like 1.02 to 1.05, which is, it's incredible, right? And it's really the frontier of making data centers more efficient. And we now see slowly how the other data centers that are cloud or that are AI are also starting to tap into these technologies. But we see how it's actually the Bitcoin industry that is rapidly pushing forward with these technologies and deploying them. And then what I think is very interesting, right, is when we look forward in the industry, the problem becomes not only how do we cool most efficiently, but the problem becomes also how do we become more circular, right? Because today we have the luxury of just mining Bitcoin for the sake of mining Bitcoin. But just as, for example, Google is facing it that says, okay, we need to be carbon negative in the future, so we need to actually not only have zero impact, we have to have negative impact, and they start to say, okay, if we build a new data center, we need to make sure that the waste heat is reused in the community, right? And as Bitcoin is a race to the bottom, and mining has to be more and more efficient, and is gonna go more and more into probably merged applications where it's not just excess energy that is being used, but probably we're gonna come in so much pressure that we will have to find more ways to capitalize on the energy, and that basically means to recover the heat. And I think what is very, very remarkable is the advancements that have been made by BITMAIN, for example, in order to get more access to the heat. So what does that mean? Air is a very bad material to conduct heat, right? You need a lot of air, you blow it at the chip, and then it goes, it's very difficult to recapture the heat once it's in the air. But with water, we're getting the water to the chip, and then we get the water out, and the water is actually warm, and it's more dense in terms of energy content. And now, with all these cooling technologies, what we're slowly getting to is to have a higher temperature allowance. So the S21, which is a very important improvement, allows a higher temperature for the water. And this is actually where Francesca mentioned that we had big environmental problems before with the cooling towers, because we could only operate up to 35 degrees Celsius. The moment we faced an environment that had a higher temperature, we needed to use additional water, and massive amounts of additional water. So it just became an environmental disaster with the cooling towers. But now, with the new chip, we actually can go up to 45 degrees, I think.
Yeah, you can use different modes.
So when we talk about 45 degrees, we have most of the places in the world that for most of the time are less than 45 degrees. So it doesn't become the water, you don't need to evaporate the water anymore. And this is a very, very, very important change. And it's good on the water side, but it's also good on the density that you can get out of it. Because ultimately, in the next probably 5 years to come, the Bitcoin mining industry will be the cornerstone of generating heat and will attract industries that will place themselves next to these sites that will find a use for the heat to build industrial processes on top of that. And that I'm most likely sure that this is the future for our industry, and hydro is the most important technology that enables this change and makes us more of an integral part of a circular economy.
Nice. Thank you so much. Anything to add?
Just two things, if I may. I agree with what you said, but in my opinion, the way that data center is currently being built is just a matter of time that it's actually going to be completely changed. modular, sustainable, better systems that we can actually roll out in a controllable way, and it's much cheaper to deploy and easier to deploy for multiple purposes. First one, which is what you said, recycling of heat, and in other part, not the desert, it could be utilized for multiple reasons. On top of that, the ecosystem that it could serve is balancing grids, which is now we're having all this green energy coming out, and all these green energy require balance of grid. So integration with optical and smart grids is quite important. And for that, we're looking into multiple options. But definitely is Bitcoin as mining, or the technology itself and its application, it will be supporting multiple pillars for future societies and ecosystems. These two are very important, but it's very funny that you said something that I strongly believe in, which is the face of the industry of data centers is tier 3, tier 4. It will be just for redundancy purposes, but the actual building, and I will say that for a while, is going to be completely changed. We're no longer going to go horizontal, we're going to start going vertical. And it's going to be exciting times ahead, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you so much. I actually prepared a lot of questions, but I saw it's already all covered. Just one more question I'd like to ask, because there are still a lot of new entries in the hydro units. So what kind of suggestion you'd like to give those new entrants, even on like model choose or like site operation, everything you'd like to suggest?
What advice we will give people for the hydro systems?
Yeah.
I'll say really it all depends on your location and your requirements. I would say definitely have a long thought or feasibility study before going into it. As you can hear from us, there are many different options for cooling, many different options for setting up your systems. Nice thing about the BITMAIN containers is it's very flexible in terms of design, how you can cool it. But definitely you need to think about how you're going to cool it and how you're going to maintain and create that longevity for the lifetime of the containers as well.
Thank you.
So I think the first thing is to take the decision, right? And I've talked to some people yesterday in the dinner, and they were still very concerned about moving from air to hydro. And so if you're still very concerned about it, I think, and you maybe think, well, the capex is so much higher, I can just build very economical air. Well, I think what you need to first analyze is the more efficiency in terms of uptime and less broken computers over a time of probably 5 to 10 years that the system is good. So that's my first advice, to do this analysis for yourself and think if it makes sense. And if you come to the conclusion it makes sense, then you probably have heard of like several deployments in the early days of hydro that didn't work so well. And I think what we were very lucky to get one of the lead engineers that did the biggest deployment in the US that brought all the experience to us, and so we had a very good time with it and we didn't have any big problems. But because we already had someone that had the experience. And the interesting thing is that person wasn't in data centers or in Bitcoin mining at all for a long time. He was a water treatment specialist. And I think when you start to deploy a hydro system, what you probably want to do is you want to find someone who has experience with water treatment, because the water quality is so important. And to understand really like how do you need to operate the system, it's very little effort, but it's very, very important, because otherwise you corrode the system, and when you corrode the system, it's going to be less efficient in cooling, and it's going to be a disaster. So that would be my probably most important advice. There are many experts in other industries, and their knowledge will just as well apply, and you can get someone that can help you to learn about how to treat the water.
If I can add something, I think you have to invest in two things. First of all, the initial setup. So the engineering on how to build the mining farm is really important, because you have to customize it according to the location you are going. For example, when we put the hydro containers here, we studied not only the humidity and the temperatures, but also the sand that can go into the containers, and so you have to put specific kind of filters. So it's really important, the initial engineering, also to avoid future problems of corrosion, of breakages, and so on. And then we know that the mining sector is a collaborating sector, so speak with either hydro miners that already have operations, because it's the only way to get your people understand how the operation works and how to do the operation and maintenance, how to do the setup, how to handle all the miners. And so we can collaborate together. That's what we did when we started with hydro mining farms, and that's the most important thing, because it's the team that handles your farm.
Yeah, I might give an advice that is not technical. It's actually a business advice regarding the hydro cooling. As a mining zone where we welcome miners. In many locations of the world, you might have a great and stable electricity price, but you might as well be forced or asked to share a part of your production for the service provider. Now, as a service provider, we definitely look at tenants or clients who provide the best efficiency, right? Because if you are sharing a part of your production, we definitely select the most efficient fleet of miners. That's absolutely a bonus to have, to come up with a proposal with S21 Hydro.
Well, for me, it's rather simple. Monitor your PPM levels. Reach out for people that are in an industry, so they can help you just solve the minor things that you're going to be doing. It's quite efficient in relation to the return and all. And take very much into consideration the volume. So if you're rolling out 5 megawatts, your implication of, let's say, 1% or 2% on electricity loss or whatever is different than if you're rolling out 400 or 600 or 1 gigawatt. So it really depends to the metrics that you're going to be looking into and the size of the operation. And with that, you can optimize your OPEX. Granted, sometimes if you spend a little bit more on CapEx, you'll have a very big saving on the OPEX. So don't discount that. Don't try to just cost me much less or 20,000 less per megawatt. But you know what? This 20,000 a megawatt might cost you 7 or 10 million in the next coming 3 years. So it's not as straightforward. There's a lot of derivatives in it. But just make sure to involve someone that done it before to help you, guide you. And we're always open to discuss. We are always trying to help people within the space, so they can reach out to us or to any of the pleasant crowd that's here. I'm sure that they will very much help.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I think this is pretty productive. We talked about how to choose from different mining methods. We talked about the value like hydro cooling technology added to our industry, and we talked about the combine of other industry into hydro cooling mining, and also the distribution of hydro cooling bring to like environment or the social. So it's really cool to learn from you guys, and thank you so much. Yeah, I think I'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time and sharing with us of everything on hydro. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And this is the end of our morning session. I encourage you all to network and exchange ideas during the break. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. for more enriching sessions. And before you leave, please return your translation devices if you have them. If you want to have lunch, you can go to the lower ground to the Harvest restaurant to get some food and some break. And we will see you back here at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much, guys.
1, 2.
Hello everyone. The meeting will start in 5 minutes. If you need a translation device, please go to the registration desk. Channel 1 is Chinese and channel 2 is English. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to BITMAIN Oman World Digital Mining Summit. I hope you had a refreshing break and are ready to dive into some exciting sessions lined up for the afternoon. Without further ado, let's jump right into our keynote presentations. Our first keynote speaker this afternoon is none other than Irene Gao, VP of Mining Division at BITMAIN. Join me in welcoming Irene as she unveils the latest in mining technology with her presentation on Mining in New Trend, S21 series miners launch and promotion. Welcome, Irene.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here and sharing the moment with you and announce the latest product. And we're so excited to have all of you here since a lot of our friends are gathering here in Oman. Also you have experience with other of our WDMS events. The last one was in Hong Kong in September 2023. And we successfully announced ICE21 Hydro and ICE21. It's proved to be one of the most successful products because almost every single mining company found this beneficial for their business model and operations. And today, we have the new product ICE21 Pros and to be shared with you. And it will be split into two parts, my presentation. And the first part will be the ICE21 Pro key features, and the following will be the WDMS promotion. And I'm so happy to announce this. You can see it's a cutting-edge device, boasts an amazing output of 234 terahash per unit, and with a power consumption efficiency of 15 joule per terahash. And it has the ability to deal with the more challenging environments because of the its endurance of a more wide ambient temperature and with the 45 Celsius. And the following is the promotion. And the price of ICE21 Pro is $27 per terahash, and you are allowed to use 30% of the purchase amount worth of coupons. And after coupon price will be $18.9 per terahash. And these products have a very standard payment terms, 20% initial payment after signing the contract, 30% and 50% before the delivery of the products. And this product will be delivered in Q3 to Q4 2024. And we offer, timely delivery schedule for all of our clients. We have a team of experts who work tirelessly to ensure we can get the products delivered to you on time. And we are keep trying to improve our customers' experience with us, and that's especially for our loyal clients. And for this WDMS promotion, we will offer our S-Prime customers 70% of their required coupons for their orders for free. And for our A-Prime customers, they will have 50% of the required coupons of their orders for free. And we truly believe these new products will helpful for you to make your long-term plans for your mining expansion, especially before the new cycle. At the beginning, we plan to have this regional WDMS, and with the capacity for around 350 people. And today, we have more than 500 people to attend. We are very excited about it, and we're very excited to deliver this information to you here. And I believe everybody have interesting conversations in the last 2 days with your companions. Everybody's talking about energy's long-term expansion plans and also their test units for emerging products. What I have to say that, as more and more investors come in and people really recognize that it's a good opportunity for them to have their mining business and comparing to just purchase Bitcoin directly. That brings them a really high value in long term. And it's also become a common sense compared to the last cycle that Bitcoin mining, POW mining actually boosts the renewable energy development. And I know today you guys sitting here have your business plans, and you're welcome to come to us and sharing your expansion plans and schedules. We're quite sure we will have some exciting and creative business model to offer you with the new announced products as 21 Pro. And in the following speech, you will also see that we will have our immersion cooling solutions as 21 series products been announced. And we have Asper's team will work with our clients' research and development team closely to customize according to their needs and make a better immersion cooling solutions for their future expansion. And again, I really appreciate all of you to be here sharing the moment with us. I know everybody was flying from, the other sides of the world, and we're happy to have you all here, and we're committed to provide better solutions and services. And with this WDMS announcement and promotion, you will have, it will be very helpful for your future expansion, and it will improve your mining experience with us. And thank you again. I hope everybody have a good experience in WDMS and Oman. And if you have any questions, just feel free to reach to our team. We have the entire team to be here to support with our all hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, for that insightful presentation. Up next, we have Shuangquan Hua, General Manager of Mining Farm Business at BITMAIN. And Shuangquan will enlighten us on the mining farm solutions and services. Welcome, Shuangquan.
大家下午好，非常开心能够在这里遇到大家，然后给大家带来这一次以矿场解决方案和服务的一次分享。首先来讲一下现在矿场的主要类型啊，按照矿场运行矿机的种类，我把矿场分成了3种不同的一个类型啊，分别是风冷矿场、水冷矿场和静默液冷矿场。然后因为是以矿机类型作为分类啊，所以也讲一下矿机的一个情况。风冷矿场的话，运行的矿机，矿机本身是一个最小的一个运算单元，它有自己的这个散热模组。所以在我们印象当中的风冷矿场一般都是有很多的一个风扇，然后水冷矿场的话，它本身是没有这个散热的一个单元，所以它的散热是需要依靠矿场的设施来进行散热。液冷矿场与风冷的是类似的，液冷矿场是将液冷矿机是把整个矿机浸没在冷却液当中，然后这样的话矿机会获得非常稳定的一个温度条件，但是矿机的稳定运行不仅仅是依靠一个稳定的温度环境就能够运行的，也要考虑到它的介质问题。所以针对油冷矿场，我们可能是提供一些定制化的解决方案。矿场解决方案的话，我们的考虑是通过3个点来进行考虑的。首先是基础设施方面，基础设施方面的话，我们的要求是说，整个矿场是需要完备的基础设施，并且也需要一个更加高效的冷却方案然后另外就是关于这个矿场运维管理软件软件方面的一个需求。 对于一个矿场运营管理软件来说，它的要求主要有2点。第一点是 monitor 检测啊，就是说它首先要能够看到矿场的问题啊，或者说看到矿场的一些情况，然后我们才能够支持我们的矿场主去做一些决策。这是第一点，看到。第二点是做到。矿场运营管理软件它要本身具备功能性啊，就要具备充足的这个功能性以便于决策能够很好的落实。另外一点就是对于一个运维团队的一个需求，运维团队的需求就是专业啊，因为它不仅要维护整个矿机的稳定运行，也要维持矿场其他基础设施的一个运行啊。然后刚刚说的那3点，然后我们公司是有3个对应的产品啊，分别是Undspace、Undsentry 还有这个蚂蚁学院。其中 Undspace 它是为我们的矿机提供一个稳定的运行状态，然后Undsentry 的话是为我们的这个矿机运维管理做了一个提供一个管理软件，它是一个背靠比特大陆这个团队，以至于它能够应对客户的各种场景。然后蚂蚁学院是说我们提供一个专业的矿场运维培训啊，包括 Antminer、Undspace还有包括我们的矿场建设方案的一个培训。并且我们针对这个矿场服务有2点，一个是水冷矿场服务，一般是做这个进行设计的指导和这个售前的一个咨询服务。然后油冷矿场的话，我们是提供一个定制化的解决方案啊。然后这里的话说是水冷矿场的一些优势啊，我现在依然认为这个水冷矿场是未来的一个趋势，主要有4点来考虑啊。第一点是环境的友好性啊，第二点是本身的一个矿场的整个的阶梯效率的问题，因为现在阶梯最低的这个机器依然还是水冷的矿机。还有一点就是水冷矿场本身有着非常成熟的一个解决方案啊 ，Undspace HK3 一个解决方案，它现在的 PUE 值能做到1.032啊。另外一点就是因为水冷矿机本身的这个运行条件的关系，所以它的运行条件相对稳定，然后它的故障率比较低啊。这里专门讲一下我们公司的这个水冷的产品 ，Undspace 系列有很多个系列啊，这里讲的是 HK3 系列。HK3 系列它有2个部分来组成啊，先是水冷集装箱，然后还有就是有3个冷却方案。水冷集装箱它的一个特点就是它会兼容现在、过去和未来的这个水冷矿机。然后散热方案的话，它有3种，分别是板换、还有干冷塔的方案，还有以及干湿冷塔的一个方案。其中板换的这个方案的话，它的亮点是说可以做一个余热的利用回收，因为空气的热量我们是很难去把握的，但是液体我们是可以进行疏导和利用的。干湿冷塔的方案是具有很强的环境的适应能力啊，然后干冷塔的方案是不需要耗水，零耗水。然后这里的是我们比特大陆的一个矿场拓展的一个业务，它目的是想建立起这个优质的矿工和矿场主之间的一个沟通渠道啊，然后我们比特大陆坐在中间作为沟通渠道，然后使得他们能够更好的一个发展，实现一个双赢的一个情况。然后这边是一些联系的方式，如果有兴趣的话，可以多线下进行和对应的这个 BD 来沟通啊。然后接下来是由 Dr. 姚帮我们讲解一下我们的油冷定制讲解一下油冷定制产品和这个 Underrank。
好，大家下午好。我给大家介绍一下我们油冷相关的一些定制化服务。首先，我是为客户提供的油冷定制化的方案，可以为客户提供定制的一个油冷矿机以及油冷集装箱的服务。那么上面呢是我是为客户定制的 S21油冷矿机的案例。那么在 HEM 模式下呢，该矿机的算力是305T， 这个18.5交替，适用的油温呢是30到50度。NEM 模式下呢是16.0交替239T， 适用的油温是30到40度。那么下面呢是我是为客户定制的油冷集装箱的方案，20尺的标准集装箱，多合一实现轻松移动、快速部署，并且呢无水消耗，可以适应极端的一个环境工况。 那么 Antrack 呢是由比特大陆推出的即插即用的标准水冷矿机机柜产品。那么 Antrack 呢有3大优势，第一点就是快速部署，即享收益；第二点是低门槛入局水冷挖矿；第三点呢是能源回收2次利用。Antrack 呢可以实现供暖和挖矿一举两得。那么如 PPT 所示呢，在以上的一个假设条件下呢，单个 Antrack 可以实现450平方的供暖面积，并且呢在6个月内节省$7884的一个电费。那么以上就是我介绍，谢谢大家。
There was a lot of information going on there. I hope you guys all understood the speeches. Before we proceed, we will have an exciting signing ceremony with Bellway Limited. Bellway Limited stands as the premier Bitcoin mining entity across the Caspian and Caucasus regions, with operations dating back to 2017. Entering 2023, Bellway has pledged to embark on a cooperative venture with BITMAIN, concentrating on hydrocooling mining. And this partnership is aimed at delving into hydrocooling technology to foster efficient and consistent growth in computing power. Today marks a significant milestone as Bellway and BITMAIN prepare to sign a letter of intent for the acquisition of our bespoke immersion cooling miner, the S20 Immersion. This initiative paves the way for pioneering advancements in immersion cooling technology. And congratulations on the significant step forward, and here is to our strengthened partnership. Let's welcome Irene Gao and Bellway representative. Our next speaker, Andy Chow, CEO of Ampool, will discuss embracing the bull market together, innovation, collaboration, and sustainability in the Ampool mining ecosystem. Welcome, Andy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the World Digital Mining Summit 2024. My name is Andy, the CEO of Ampool. My topic today is Embrace the Bull Market Together, Innovation, Collaboration, and Sustainability in the Ampool mining ecosystem. Let me start with 3 important time periods of Bitcoin mining: 10 minutes, 14 days, and 4 years. First, the ledger is updated every 10 minutes by adding blocks that contain a list of new transactions. Then there is a mining difficulty. It is a number that updates every 2 weeks, showing how much hash rate it takes to mine new Bitcoin. Third, the mining halving, which occurs every 4 years, reduces rewards for successfully mining new Bitcoin by 15%. Let's review the history of Bitcoin halving. It's an important mechanism to counteract inflation. The first Bitcoin block was mined on January 3rd, 2009. Since then, there have been 3 heavy events, and after each, the price of BTC have never let us down. The next Bitcoin halving will occur in 1 month, and on March 5th this year, the price of BTC briefly surpassed 69,000, setting a new historical high. The total market cap of BTC exceeded 1.4 trillion. We all like to summarize experience from historical patterns and apply them to the present. And the bull market of Bitcoin caused by halving is applicable most of the time. However, recently, we have clearly seen some differences. In this chart, the blue column represents the growth change in Bitcoin network difficulty. The yellow line represents the output per terahash rate of Bitcoin, which generally decreases as the difficulty increases. However, we have noticed 3 unusual periods in May, November, and December of 2023. The reason is as follows. This chart shows the monthly Bitcoin network transaction fee for the year 2023, with fee reaching 4,000 in May and as high as almost 8,000 in December. We seem to be approaching the day described in Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper, where the future income of miners will be sustained through transaction fee. This is the fees for all Bitcoin miners, and Ampool has been always actively participating in the construction of the Bitcoin network ecosystem. Here, we will focus on introducing a couple of new business, transaction acceleration, real Satoshi, cloud mining, and blockchain laddering. Last year, we experienced a situation where transactions could not be confirmed due to Bitcoin network congestion. Quick confirmation is essential for big transfer and active participation in the Bitcoin network. Ampool is the second largest mining pool and will give priority to the confirmed transaction. A Satoshi, or SAT, is the smallest available unit of Bitcoin, which is 100 million of a BTC. Thanks to the ordinals, SATs are become more important than just a unit of account on the BTC network. And not all SATs are created equal. For example, the first SAT of each new block is known as an Euro SAT. These sets indicate the start of a new set of transactions on the blockchain. This is a new narrative that belongs to all miners. And also, Ampool offers 2 types of cloud mining products, the full revenue mining and stable mining. The full revenue mining product produces hash rate from real miner on rock, lowering the barrier to the entry for mining. And the stable mining product calculated returns in Bitcoin terms, guaranteeing an annualized BTC return of no less than 104%, which is suitable for long-term BTC holders like you. For better or worse, till death do us part, cause of the blockchain is forever. This was a marriage pledge recorded on the blockchain by David and Joyce, the world's first couple to register their marriage on the blockchain, back in 2014. Now, the Ampool offering a blockchain lettering service, individuals have the opportunity to letter their own message into the blockchain. By doing so, this message becomes a part of the unchangeable history of the blockchain, become a permanent memory in the digital world. Ampool is a trusted brand that has been there around 10 years. We protect the data security by strictly complying with SOC 2 Type 2. Ampool keeps to insist the consensus POW standing for thousands of miners. We will always try to build trusted mining pool that make every hash count. At last, I want to thank you for everyone here, as you are the one who work hard for our consensus. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy. Now, let's delve into the world of cryptocurrency with our next speaker, Alan Austin, Managing Director from Litecoin Foundation. Alan will shed light on why Litecoin. Welcome, Alan.
Hello, thanks for being here. Thank you, and great to be back. Thank you to BITMAIN for having me back to this very important World Digital Mining Summit. My name is Alan Austin. I'm the Managing Director at Litecoin Foundation. Litecoin Foundation is a nonprofit organization. Our general goal is to advance Litecoin adoption globally, but a big part of what we do and what we push for, not only Litecoin, but proof of work in general, and a lot of the benefits cross over, of course, to Bitcoin. The majority, including myself, been a large Bitcoin supporter for many, many years. What I'd like to do today is kind of answer the question of why Litecoin. I think anybody that comes in the crypto space, that's the biggest question we answer, right? Why Litecoin, why Bitcoin, why even crypto? And I'd like to do that by answering, kind of explaining the why in terms of using and what's going on there, but then also answer why Litecoin in terms of mining considerations, in terms of potential mining strategies and diversification. So. With that said, the green one, right? Oh, this one. There we go. So I'm going to do this by kind of tackling 5 key things here and the attributes, the basics of Litecoin. Just a quick question. How many people have used Litecoin or are mining Litecoin just to get kind of a room temperature of the room? Okay, so just a handful. Okay, great. So I'm going to talk about the attributes. We're going to talk about the properties of good money because this is really important with Litecoin's really becoming a great use medium exchange. What's going on with Litecoin in terms of numbers, metrics, adoption, and then kind of bring that into mining and why these things are important because when we do mining, there's a lot of considerations. We're investing a lot of money into equipment that's not only for tomorrow, but for many years to come. So we want to know, the performance of what we're mining and that it's going to be stable for the long term. And particularly merge mining with Dogecoin, which is common with Litecoin. And then just briefly tell you about the foundation and what we do to help support adoption. So just for anybody that's not familiar with Litecoin, Litecoin's one of the oldest cryptocurrencies. Very much like Bitcoin, it was fairly launched, meaning the playing field was leveled and everybody had an equal opportunity to participate from day one. Litecoin's decentralized, been running flawlessly for over 12 years on its own blockchain as a proof of work coin. The code is open source. Its design is public, so anybody can review, check, share, participate. Litecoin, like Bitcoin, has limited supply, 84 million coins, of which the majority are now in existence. And it also shares that same halving every 4 years. Just had a halving this last year. It's permissionless. Anybody can use it. And Litecoin is fungible. I want to talk a little bit more in detail about the fungibility because this is something that Litecoin's really, we've introduced something that's really kind of excelling in this area, and it's very important there. So let's talk about that kind of lays the foundation for what leads into arguably the strongest use case for crypto, which is money, right? Money is a medium of exchange. Money is a store of value, is a hedge against inflation. Very important things. So let's talk about the properties of good money and how Litecoin is really checking the boxes there. So what is good money, right? What is sound money? Some of the key things are, fast and easy to spend. In terms of Litecoin, it's very fast. 2.5-minute confirmations. It's easy. It's basically available everywhere. We're seeing, mobile wallets. It's highly liquid across exchanges. It's supported by countless merchants throughout. So it's very easy to spend. Low fees to spend. Fees are often as little as a penny. And that's important because you can actually buy a coffee and you could buy it on chain. You don't have to worry about level 2 L2s and things like that. So I think there's something to be said for that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But it's divisible like Bitcoin and portable. We're kind of, it's pretty cool now if you think about it. You could sit down at dinner, right? And if somebody's accepting crypto, they can give you a QR code. And if you didn't have the money, you could send that QR code to somebody across the world and they can literally buy your dinner for you. And we've come a long way. That can't be done with cash. That's even hard to do with credit cards. So these things are great. Transactions are irreversible, which once you buy something and somebody receives money, you want to know that that's going to stay that way. Censorship-resistant transactions, and this is really important because, basically, you want to be able to use your money the way it's your money, and you don't want people to tell you what you can and can't do. with your money. It's limited in supply, and it's fungible. Now, let's talk about fungibility for a minute. So what is fungibility? So kind of in simple terms, see if I can slide this. So I'm going to use these. I have these 3 Omani Rials as an example. So in simple terms, fungibility means if I were to buy something with one of these Rials, right, it doesn't matter which one I pull out of my pocket, right? One should equal the other, should equal the other. If any of you have a Rial, your Rial should equal the same as mine, right? My money is as good as yours and vice versa. And that's really important for any kind of money we use, right? So one of the issues right now is that that's been a little bit of a problem with the blockchain, because as great as the blockchain is, it's a public ledger and there's a history. So what we've seen at times is if somebody wanted to, you know, an exchange or a merchant could decide that to deny a transaction. Maybe they feel that you know, they look at the history and maybe they feel the coin's been used for something that they feel is questionable or not. And this can create a concern, right, in terms of you know, being able to use money, right? And that shouldn't have to be a problem there. So what we've done, a couple of years ago, Litecoin introduced an optional layer called MWeb. And basically, MWeb is an optional opt-in layer that adds both fungibility and privacy. So fungibility and privacy are sort of interchangeable. You can't really have fungibility without some level of privacy. And what it does is it basically gives users a layer of confidentiality by essentially concealing the to and from address as well as the amount being sent. And what this does is helps protect, you know, improves fungibility, helps protect and safeguard individuals, businesses, and finances. Now, this is something that we felt was the one key element that was missing from like sound money. And that's the reason is this is something that, you know, is important. We feel like privacy, financial privacy is a basic human right? I mean, there's many reasons that you want to be a little bit more private. Maybe you're doing payroll and you don't want one person to know about the other. You know, maybe, you know, there's a lot of different reasons you might. It doesn't mean you're doing something bad, but there's reasons we need some level of privacy there. And this is nothing that's not already afforded in like traditional finance, right? If you go to buy something with cash, that merchant doesn't know how much is in your bank account. They don't even know how much more is in your pocket if you don't pull it out. Same with even a credit card. You know, the credit card company might, but the merchant doesn't know how much. But that's been a problem up until now. So MWeb, because it's an optional layer, it allows you to, and it's a very easy way to basically simply sending off to an MWeb privacy address when you want to be more private and literally sending it right back to an on-chain address. So it's incredibly simple, and we're continuing to push and roll this out, and it's continuing to grow. And we feel like that in itself is really the missing piece. To kind of give you an analogy of MWeb, like, so right now, Litecoin and Bitcoin would be sort of like an all-glass house, thinking that the blockchain is transparent, right? It's a nice house, but would you live in this house if it was right next to your neighbor, right? There's not a lot of privacy there. On the other hand, would you live in a house like this, like Monero, right? It's the opposite, right? It's maybe too private, probably overkill for some people. MWeb is sort of like a house with windows or curtains where you can close them when you want, you can keep them open when you want. It's not that you're doing anything bad, there's just times where you want to be a little more private with your money and times where you're okay with it. So that's one of the biggest features we've been recently rolling out. And I think with that, it sort of checks off all the Litecoin really checks off all the key properties of sound money, of good money. Moving on to sort of some metrics, what's going on with Litecoin, what we've seen in terms of adoption. Just going to touch on a few things here. Sorry that I'm kind of speeding through it. I realize that I have more slides than the minutes allow, but I'll get this to this quick. But so network security has really gone through the roof. We've now literally up to 1,000 terahash, or 1 equals 1 petahash. It's kind of hard to compare security to BITMAIN because it's a different algorithm, but that's a lot of hash rate. I mean, it's incredibly secure. The blockchain's been running nonstop now for over 12 years. Highly liquid across exchanges, which is really important for money. And the market cap has grown. I will argue, and a lot of people ask what's going on with the price. I feel like looking at all the other metrics, the market cap should be a lot higher. I feel like I would argue it's one of the most undervalued coins out there, especially given everything else we're seeing in terms of growth and adoption. But nevertheless, it's continuing to grow. It's supported by payment processors throughout the world, too many merchants to count. One of the areas we're seeing incredible growth with Litecoin is in actually usage. If you look at transaction, and just to back up, I'm doing like a 4-year over 4-year comparison, just because that seems like it's as good as anything, the halvings are every 4 years. But we've seen transactions, even in the last 4 years, grow from on average about 20,000 a day to about 250,000 transactions a day. Also, the money sent in US dollars has gone from about 100 million a day to now, like, on average, over $1 billion. And this is really important because this shows, like, the trust that people have in the security in the network itself. Active addresses, which are a good proxy for usage, also, growing through the roof. And despite all this, the block size is still relatively small. There's still plenty of block space. Although with this, growing interest in ordinals, there have been certainly times where the block spikes because we're seeing a tremendous amount of ordinal activity being used on Litecoin. So that'll be kind of an interesting application to see what happens there. This is just kind of one other sort of comparison. So this is comparing Bitcoin versus Litecoin transactions counts. If you see this, the blue is Bitcoin, the red is Litecoin. So obviously when Litecoin started out, it had very few transactions. It's actually grown to a point where there are individual days where Litecoin actually has more transactions that particular day than even Bitcoin. So I think, these are pretty incredible metrics to see in terms of usage and adoption. And that's why when I go back to price, and it's, I keep thinking of, this is crazy that, that the market cap is only what it is, because when you look at all these other metrics, it tells a different story. And in fact, and one other thing that's very interesting, so as I mentioned, Litecoin supported by, payment processors everywhere throughout the world. One thing I'd like to point out is BitPay. So BitPay, if you don't know BitPay, they're the world's leading crypto, they're the leading crypto payment processor, world's leading. In the last 6 months, they processed over 332,000 payment transactions, 57,000 plus in the last month. Litecoin was added to Bitcoin just a couple of years ago, or 2021. Ever since Litecoin has been added, Litecoin has now grown to become the #1 most used cryptocurrency for payments. In fact, this is the report for last month. The last month reports Litecoin is now over 40% of all payment counts on BitPay. This actually represents as much as the next 3, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Dogecoin combined. Why is this important? Because this is actually real-world use case. This is people actually spending their crypto. This isn't just me sending to another wallet I might have or sending to somebody else. This is actually really important for adoption, and it's really exciting to see these things happening. And I think with Litecoin is really positioning itself as a payments currency, we're going to continue to see this continue to grow, over time because of the stability of Litecoin and its preferred choice with payments. Again, highly accessible. It's one of 4 cryptos on Venmo, only one of 4 cryptos on PayPal. You basically can access it everywhere. Even looking at ATMs, over the years, it's consistently been the #2 most widely supported cryptocurrency on ATMs throughout the world. And so, we're seeing a lot of incredible movement outside of price, and that's the most important because generally speaking, price follows value, price follows adoption. Not always as quick as you want to see it, but as someone that's been investing for more years than I care to count, more often than not, it ultimately catches up. So I kind of want to bring that up because I wanted to get into merged mining and sort of talk about the benefits there. And I thought it would be important to understand kind of what's going on in terms of usage, because any kind of mining setup requires a good investment, right? You're not just investing for tomorrow. You want to know that whatever you're mining is going to be around and stable and profitable and so forth. So kind of coming into that, so for the majority of people that mine Litecoin, they merge mine with Dogecoin. So Litecoin and Dogecoin were merged mine back in around August of 2014. And there's been several benefits to doing this. But this is sort of a breakdown. This was about a week ago, so these numbers are changing all the time. But this kind of gives you an idea of the rewards that come from merge mining. Litecoin, because of the halving, it's 6.25 Litecoin every 2.5 minutes, with a halving every 4 years. Dogecoin is every minute. There's rewards, and it's 10,000 Doge every minute. One interesting thing about Dogecoin is it has tail emission. So tail emission means that the rewards go on indefinitely. And the reason it's interesting is because there's been a lot of talks about, well, what happens when the mining rewards with Bitcoin or Litecoin, end or drop down to a minimal? Is that still going to be enough to secure the network and incentivize miners? Having tail emission will kind of help, could potentially help ensure that offsets, the lower rewards from the actual, block rewards. And we don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but it's an interesting thing, and it could potentially help continue to add the security and reward miners in that respect. So I think it's sort of a good complement to Litecoin, and because they're mined together, they share the same security budget. So the benefit is that and these are some of the benefits, is that you have two revenue streams basically for the price. It's kind of like a free lunch in a way. I mean, you're getting two revenue streams there. You also have increased security because of this. They're dominant in script, and because they're script, it doesn't compete with Bitcoin hash rate, and that was actually by design. Like when Charlie Lee created Litecoin, he didn't want it to compete with Bitcoin. There's also, in general, I would say lower setup costs. I mean, from machines to, I know some of the higher-end Bitcoin miners require, the hydro mining, certainly can't be done at home, and there's some other higher electrical configurations. So, in generally speaking, Litecoin could still be mined, smaller operations and at home and things like that. And then the diversification, right? So, there's been times. Well, let me jump into that in a minute. But so this is just kind of a security chart or a hash rate chart. You can see when they were merge mined in 2014 and how the hash rate has kind of gone through the roof. This is a comparison I just did about a week ago. Again, these numbers are always moving, but I kind of pulled the most efficient Litecoin miner against, I think that's the most efficient Bitcoin miner, but I'm not sure. And that was sort of this is based on about a 10 cent per kilowatt. I just picked the number there, but you could see in that case, the Bitcoin is pulling in more. But this is always changing, and that's sort of the point. If you look back over the last few years, you'll find that on several occasions, Litecoin, Dogecoin mining has actually been more profitable than Bitcoin. In fact, I think not too long ago when we had that crash and a lot of the miners had to shut down, Litecoin, Dogecoin was still running at a profitability. So it's kind of been a back and forth thing quite a bit. And you also have to factor in the equipment costs. I think that the Bitcoin miner in this case is more. There's more in that case because of the water. You have a water cooling system. So there's a lot of other factors in these things. But I think, given the merge mining, the additional benefits, the fact that it's been stable and profitable for all these years, I think it certainly presents a strong argument and consideration for looking at diversifying even a small amount, not to take place, but to add maybe to any kind of consider mining strategy in that respect. Because at the end of the day, it's profit's profit, right? You don't have to keep the coins, but you want to make sure you're running and operational and can make as much money as you can. Lastly, I just want to touch on what we do at the Litecoin Foundation. So again, our goal is to support Litecoin adoption worldwide, proof of work, and through that, it also benefits Bitcoin. We do things like wallet development, MWeb, our privacy layer, education resources, community support, various partnerships that we hold. We also just recently launched the Litecoin Foundation US entity, and we received a 501c3 recognition from the IRS. And this is huge because it allows, so as a nonprofit, we run on donations. Remember, we didn't have a pre-mine. There's no founder tokens. So we're purely driven on donations. As a 501c3, it will now allow people in the US to donate, and that allows tax write-off benefits, which is great. So that's something there. We also do several in-person events. Some of our past events include an annual Litecoin Summit. Last year, we did our first ever Proof of Work conference in collaboration with ETC Cooperative. This year, we'll be doing a Litecoin Summit at the same week in Nashville as the Bitcoin conference. And we'll also be looking at doing another Proof of Work conference later this year. We haven't announced the dates yet, but we think that's a huge opportunity there. And we are also proud of our partnership with LTC Labs. So LTC Labs is a collaboration by Antpool and Litecoin Foundation. And LTC Labs has generously contributed like half of their mining revenue from the Litecoin pool. And with the idea that between us, we can vote on how to use those funds towards developing proof of work and Litecoin ecosystems and projects and things of that nature. So this has been a great partnership. This is huge. These types of funds go a long way to continuing to support the things we do at the foundation and adoption and so forth. I want to just lastly say one thing. I think if anything makes a statement more than anything else, oh, that did not quite get formatted the way it looked on my computer. Anyway, Litecoin, ever since it was created for over 12 years, has had zero downtime. In fact, it's the longest running uptime in all of crypto, period. And I think that says a lot, and I think that says more than anything there. The resilience and the strength of what's going on. I also think that says a lot about proof of work in general when somebody says, why proof of work? I mean, there you go. One last thing I wanted to mention too, and this has kind of been a hot topic. A lot of people have come up to me and asked when ETF, right? I could say this much. I don't know when an ETF will happen. I will say there's conversations that are taking place, but I'll say this. In terms of like regulatory environment, in terms of the hurdles and the lack of clarity we see in so many areas, Litecoin really stands out with one of very few cryptocurrencies that has clarity there. You can't even necessarily say that about Ethereum in terms of that, and it's not to say that these decisions are right or wrong, but from a regulatory standpoint, they don't care about what's more popular. They're just kind of going by whatever rules they decide to make. Now that Bitcoin's been approved as an ETF, it really sets, that's the benchmark now. With that said, Litecoin has the exact same characteristics that allowed Bitcoin to become an ETF. So there's literally no reason that I can think of that Litecoin should be denied as an ETF as well, because it literally follows the same footprint in terms of how those decisions are made. So while I can't say when it'll happen, I'm confident that it's just a matter of time. And ultimately, we'll see that happen. And yeah, with that said, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alan. Up next, we have Donald, Senior Editor at the ETC Cooperative, who will present the Ethereum Classic Roadmap. Welcome.
Thank you, Margie. Hi, I'm Donald McIntyre, Senior Editor at the ETC Cooperative. I have been working for ETC since 2018, and before that, I was part of the Ethereum community since 2014, and Bitcoin since 2013. In this speech, I'm going to talk about the Ethereum Classic Roadmap. Smart contracts are the second most important invention in the blockchain industry. Satoshi Nakamoto actually planned smart contracts for Bitcoin. However, because of technical problems with its design, Bitcoin did not support smart contracts inside its highly secure environment. This is why Vitalik Buterin invented Ethereum Classic, which is the original Ethereum to be a proof-of-work blockchain with digital gold, and that it could be programmable. Hence, ETC is Bitcoin's philosophy with Ethereum's technology. In other words, the best of both worlds. ETC has a unique combination of attributes because it is not only a proof-of-work blockchain and has a fixed monetary supply schedule, but also is programmable with smart contracts. This is a unique positioning of Ethereum Classic that has already made it the largest proof-of-work smart contracts blockchain in the world and the 5th largest proof-of-work blockchain overall. These three pillars make true the aspirations of code is law and unstoppability. Bitcoin's innovation, enabled by proof-of-work, is permissionlessness and sound internet money. ETC's innovation is to add programmability to permissionlessness and sound internet money, making applications unstoppable. With smart contracts inside Ethereum Classic, decentralized applications are much more secure than any type of application running on external systems, data centers, or cloud services. Indeed, applications in ETC are the most secure apps in the world. As a proof-of-work blockchain with smart contracts, ETC has the most valuable position in the industry because after the move by Ethereum to proof-of-stake, ETC became the largest proof-of-work programmable blockchain in the world, that is, digital gold. Proof-of-stake smart contract blockchains are insecure, and proof-of-work blockchains without smart contracts are less versatile and less secure as well. As ETC has a fixed supply cap of 210,700,000 ETC, and there are around 146 million already issued, then there are more or less 64,700,000 ETC still to be mined. This is an estimated future revenue of more than $2 billion at current prices, of which around 50% will be paid to miners in the next 10 years. However, because of its continued growth and excellent positioning as programmable digital gold, mining revenues are likely to be significantly higher. BITMAIN's ASICs and the Antpool mining pool are an excellent way to start mining ETC and fundamental drivers of the ETC mining industry. Although the title of this presentation is Ethereum Classics Roadmap, ETC does not actually have a roadmap. As Istora Mandiri, a very important ETC community member, explained in a post on the ETC community website, in a truly decentralized blockchain, there cannot be roadmaps. Technological roadmaps are imposed by leadership, corporations, or foundations. Decentralized blockchains such as Bitcoin or Ethereum Classic do not have presidents, leaders, administrators, or managers. Everything happens through the improvement proposal process, which in ETC is the Ethereum Classic Improvement Proposal, ECIP process. Instead, ETC has a pathway that is forged on the go by the ECIP process through intense debates in the ecosystem. Having said this, then, there are several parallel proposals for technological upgrades of the ETC blockchain. For example, this is the ETC Cooperative's proposed pathway for 2024. Enhanced client stability and functionality, comprehensive maintenance and enhancement of the core Geth client, advanced support and refinement in cross-client testing. This is core Geth, Aragon, core Geth Lite, and Hyperledger Besu. Network observation and analysis advancements to check network health. Node infrastructure for observation and analysis, upgrading chain and network monitoring and incident reaction systems, upgrading network analysis tooling, unified infrastructure management. There are many servers managed manually, and the idea is to unify everything in a single deployment interface called Ansible. Technological development and exploration, the EVM object format, EOF, to continue advocacy for inclusion to Ethereum and ETC. The Prague hard fork in Ethereum in the second half of 2024 may include EOF, but it is competing with Verkle trees. EIP 1559, we will be exploring enablement on ETC to have full parity with Ethereum in this respect, but we would not burn fees. Verkle trees, we will research ETC implications in the absence of a beacon chain. The Patricia Merkle tree will be replaced with Verkle trees to enable stateless clients. Privacy-oriented Geth deployment, we will study to add privacy technology to ETC's node software, such as VPN services, enhancing regression testing and automating release processes to better check how new releases affect older releases. Istora Mandiri himself proposed the following pathway. Aragon, let me change. Here, Aragon client adoption. One potential path for Ethereum Classic is the adoption of the Aragon client, which would make the network more secure and accessible. Aragon allows for faster syncing and validation on cheaper hardware, making it an attractive option for a wider range of users and strengthening the ETC network. Upgradability and EVM object format, EOF. Another possible direction for ETC is the implementation of the EVM object format, EOF, which would enable upgradability of the Ethereum virtual machine. EOF is particularly useful for ETC as it opens the door to backward incompatible updates while maintaining the code is law principle. This also paves the way for more easily adopting EVM innovations made by other projects. Cryptographic primitives for layer 2 and privacy, ETC may also benefit from adding cryptographic primitives similar to those planned for in Ethereum mainnet to support layer 2 protocols and enhance privacy features. These additions would provide a solid foundation for scaling and improving the overall functionality of the network. Layer 2 scaling and compatibility. While Ethereum mainnet has long-term goals of layer 1 level sharding, much effort is currently focused on layer 2 protocols such as rollups. ETC can take advantage of these technologies and adopt them for compatibility and scaling. This would allow Ethereum Classic to grow in tandem with the broader Ethereum ecosystem. And the roadmap that I proposed in a recent article is the following: cancel MES, modified exponential subjective scoring. I am happy to report that this has been implemented with the ETC hard fork Spiral, which was activated in the mainnet on February 5th of 2024. Move core get to the Ethereum Classic community GitHub repository. This would restore sovereignty of the community on the node client software. Solve backward compatibility with the account and EVM versioning system. This would solve the risk of smart contracts breaking each time there is a hard fork. 4, develop a tool to easily audit the real supply of ETC. This would bring certainty to the correct supply number of ETC. And 5, set the block size to 8 million gas. This would help to control bloat and take away from miners the ability to change the block size, as happened recently. A major reformation of ETC that I propose is called BitGold. It is important to note that Bitcoin, ETC, Litecoin, and all current proof-of-work blockchains are indeed fiat community money. What determines their issuance is just a software parameter, such as print X coins every block and discount that by Y every number of blocks. Although it is true that no coins can be printed before a lot of work has been done for the block, the reality is that it is trivial and a subjective community decision to change these parameters. The solution that I have proposed, inspired by Nick Szabo's ideas, is to integrate BitGold into a network such as ETC. Ethereum Classic and the other proof-of-work blockchains already produce BitGold, which are the cryptographic hashes that seal the blocks. They are embedded inside the chains and never used for anything other than as a wall of defense. But they could be released to the public and become transferable if they were turned into NFTs and became tradable in decentralized exchanges. ETC is optimal for this transformation because it is programmable. Therefore, it supports NFTs, decentralized exchanges, and ERC20 tokens, which would be used as coins backed by the BitGold. This would definitely solve both the supposed fee model threat and the cap supply problem, which is related. The BITMAIN group of companies is a major player in the ETC ecosystem through the BITMAIN Antminer E9 Pro product, the Antpool mining pool, and through the ETC Grants DAO program. The ETC Grants DAO program is a collaboration with the ETC Cooperative, which had a $10 million contribution by BITMAIN and $250,000 by the ETC Cooperative. Of these funds, $700,000 have been granted to 17 projects in the first round of the ETC Grants program in July of 2023. One half of the money was deposited in USDT and the other half in ETC. The current value of the fund is more than $10 million despite having distributed funds because of the bull market in ETC. To learn more about ETC, please go to ethereumclassic.org. My email, if you wish to contact me, is donald@etccooperative.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donald. And now, before we proceed, it's another lucky draw moment. And please allow me to welcome Alex to present the winners with me. So I will just briefly talk about the rules. The names of our ticket holders have been pre-entered into our system, scrolling on the big screen behind me, and our lucky draw guests will have the authority to stop the scrolling at any time, and the name displayed on the screen at the moment will be our winner. And I just have to say that again, you have to be present to claim the award. We'll call the name 3 times. If you're not here, then we'll just keep calling, okay? Can you please scroll the screen, please? Okay, here.
Stop.
徐曼在吗？不在。Please keep scrolling.
Stop.
沈开峰。沈开峰。
There it is.
Oh, he's right here? Okay. So he has won the first prize, which is Antminer S21 Pro and $300,000 Antminer coupons. Congratulations. Please get on the stage. Okay. Oh, I'll translate for him. He'll share his happiness with us.
你好，你好。
Hello.
我来自我来自泰国，我也在挖矿。
He come from Thailand. He's also mining.
My name is 沈凯峰。
His name is Shen Kaifeng.
Yes. 非常开心能获得这个奖，谢谢。
He's very happy to win this award.
Yeah, 谢谢。
Thank you for being here. 谢谢你在这里。Thank you. Take a photo together. And let's take a group photo together. 一起照张相吧，在中间，谢谢。在中间。好，谢谢开封，谢谢。Next, we will do our lucky prize, which is 2 S20 Pro miners. You better be here. Okay, keep scrolling, please.
Stop.
Mariano, Jose, Simone. Simone, are you here? Simone? No. Okay. Keep scrolling, please. Keep scrolling.
Stop.
丁西峰，丁西峰在吗？丁西峰，哦，在。Yay! Please get on the stage. Please briefly introduce yourself.
大家下午好，我叫丁西峰，很荣幸能够抽到这个奖，然后感谢比特大陆组织这个晨会，谢谢。
Thank you, BITMAIN, for arranging this conference. I'm just translating. 请到中间照张相，谢谢。Great, thank you so much. Oh, good. Yeah, done. Yeah. Thank you so much. It was quick. Let's proceed with our next keynote presentation. Please welcome Rin, BD Manager at Easy2Mine, as she explores the new era of mining. Welcome, Rin.
Hello. 大家好，我是来自 Easy2Mine 的 Rain， 然后今天非常荣幸能够有机会在这里和大家分享一些我对于比特币行业以及挖矿行业的看法。 我们公司其实在挖矿行业已经是接近10年了。然后在我们从业期间，我们是经历了2012年、2016年、2020年3次比特币的一个减半周期，然后目前也正在迎来我们的第4次比特币的减半。然后根据我们的一个从业经验，我们会发现，在2020年之前，我们身边的矿工更多的是关注我们比特币减半对于比特币的一个供给量的影响，然后引起的比特币价格的上涨。但是这一风向在2020年之后明显的是发生了转变的，包括我们可以看到，2020年3月12日受到美股熔断的影响，那么比特币价格一度是下跌了50%。然后2020年5月19号，中国全面清退矿工，比特币价格一度下跌了35%。到2021年10月，由于美联储降息的影响，比特币价格一度上涨到69000美元。我们从这些现象都可以看到，我们比特币市场正在进入一个新的周期，不仅是受到比特币本身减半的一个影响，也开始受到市场情绪、国家政策、货币政策的影响。那么对于我们矿工而言，我们更多的是关注我们在新周期下如何更好的生存。所以这也就是我今天想要讲的一个主题：新周期下的矿工。首先，我们从挖矿本身来分析，挖矿究竟是什么？在我看来，挖矿其实是一个有现金流的生意。在我们圈子里有一句很有意思的话，说的是“矿机一响，黄金万两”。只要说我们的矿机还在运行，我们矿工就可以每天通过挖矿来获取比特币的收益，并且由于比特币有很强的金融属性和很强的灵活性，所以给我们矿工很多选择，来选择如何处置我们所获取的比特币。那么我们矿工可以选择就在今天我就把我的比特币卖掉，也可以选择在币价10万的时候卖掉，也可以选择将矿机作为一种金融抵押物，在牛市的时候更好的调整我们的杠杆率，提高我们的一个收益率。那么我们的矿工在整个挖矿市场中又扮演一个什么角色呢？或者说我们矿工所要做的主要的工作是哪些？其实，在传统矿工中，我们要做的就是埋头挖矿。所以我们每天关心的就是如何寻找便宜且稳定的电，如何寻找到合适我们矿机运行的一个场地，然后寻找到我们性价比高的一个机器，找专业的人员进行我们矿机的运维，来保证我们整个挖矿的一个持久性和稳定性。但是刚刚有说到，我们整个比特币市场是进入了一个新的周期的。那么新周期下，对于我们矿工的要求是否又有一些变化呢？答案是肯定的。在新周期下，对于我们矿工的要求其实是发生了巨大的转变的。我们作为矿工，我们不仅是要埋头挖矿，更需要是深入的进行了解我们比特币市场，了解我们整个金融大环境。然后同时，因为我们挖矿市场本身是存在结构性机会的，所以我们整个挖矿市场是可以容纳100亿资金的一个规模。同时，我们挖矿的一个收益结构也是非常具有吸引力的。本质上来看，挖矿其实是一种看涨期权。我们投资者看好挖矿的市场，看好比特币的发展前景，就会投资挖矿。那所以说，未来我们矿工在对待我们整个挖矿的时候，更应该从我们挖矿的一个期权属性去考虑如何进行投资。那么在新周期下，我们对于我们矿工的要求是发生了变化的。我们新周期下，我们的市场也是有变化的。在这一轮减半，我们认为，整个市场是有3大变化是需要我们去关注的。第一点就是大家熟悉的，在4月份，即将迎来的我们新一轮的比特币的减半。然后第二个就是我们在今年1月份通过的比特币现货 ETF。大家都知道，比特币现货 ETF 通过之后，会大大的降低我们比特币市场的一个准入门槛，那所以对于我们比特币市场的规模是会有一个空前的影响的。第3点就是我们预测在2024年美联储将会有一个降息的动作，那么货币政策调整会影响我们市场情绪，影响我们比特币的价格。但是根据我们的观察，很多老矿工在面对这一次新的减半周期的时候，他们还是根据我们 比特币本身的一个减半来进行预测，根据之前的规律来预测我们整个市场。很多人认为，比特币价格的新高只会出现在比特币减半之后，而且还有很多人是目前还在等待在减半之前出现一次类似于2020年3月12号这样的一个巨幅的调整。也有人在等待我们货币政策的调整。那么在我看来，这些人就是陷入了严重的经验主义的错误之中。去年有一个博主叫做硅谷王川，他提过一个观点，他就说，当大象掉进浴缸的时候，那么对于浴缸所有的一些水位的数学模型都会瞬间被摧毁。那么之前浴缸里的小老鼠对于我们浴缸水位的影响就可以完全被忽略。我们只需要考虑影响我们水位的大象就行。其实我们比特币市场就像是一个大鱼缸，我们在进行比特币市场研究的时候，我们只需要找准我们整个比特币市场大鱼缸里的大象。那么在我们看来，本次减半周期下，我们比特币市场的最重要的影响因素应该是比特币现货 ETF。大家可以看这张图，这张图是我们比特币现货 ETF 通过之后，我们比特币现货 ETF 对于比特币的买入数量的一个图。整体来看，我们的一个趋势是呈现上升的一个趋势的，并且买入量是非常庞大的，买入规模也是非常稳定的。在最近几周，我们也是买入量是维持在单日3万美金单周3万美金的3万枚比特币的一个规模。然后这张图呢，是我们比特币现货 ETF 通过之后，用来买入比特币的一个单日资金流入量。我们可以通过这张图看到，我们整个的单日资金流入量是非常庞大并且非常稳定的。截止目前，我们比特币现货 ETF 用来买入比特币的单日资金流入量是能够达到10亿美金的。这个规模就相当于是购买1万枚比特币，对于我们整个币圈来说都是一个巨大的资金增量。同时，因为我们很多传统的金融机构，他们的资产配置规模也是非常庞大的。那么，只要他们进入加密货币市场之后，就算只是对加密货币市场配置一个很小的比例，那么对于我们加密货币市场来说，也是一个巨大的资金增量。那所以，按照目前的趋势来看，我们比特币现货 ETF 未来很长一段时间买入比特币的一个资金流入量都会稳定在单日几亿美金的一个高度。同时，我们比特币现货 ETF 对于我们比特币的一个持有数量也会不断增长，从现在的80万枚比特币增长到未来的150万枚，甚至是200万枚比特币这样的一个高度。那所以说，比特币现货 ETF 对于我们整个比特币市场来说是一个非常重要的影响因素，它会对我们的一个整体的市场规模产生非常巨大的影响，也是我们整个市场的一个巨大的资金增量。那所以我们认为在这一轮减半周期下，最重要的影响因素应该是比特币现货 ETF。当然，讲到这里，可能大家矿工最关注的问题，应该还是我们的这个挖矿市场到底值不值得投资。接下来，我想跟大家分享一个我们公司的一个实际的投资案例。我们公司是在2020年的时候买了12批算力的 S19。那么我们在买入这批 S19之后，整个市场是发生了天翻地覆的变化的时候的。我们买入之后，我们整体的挖矿难度是上升了4倍，到目前为止上升了4倍。然后我们的一个比特币的价格也是一度下跌，下跌幅度是甚至超过了78%。同时，我们买入的时候机器价格是90美元每 T， 然后到现在下降到4.5美元每 T， 那么下降的幅度是超过了95%的。那很多人可能会觉得，我们这笔投资肯定是亏了很多钱。那我们来算一下，我们到底有没有亏钱这笔投资？我们在当时买入这12批算力的 S19的时候，是花费了105万美金，然后实际的电费到现在为止，我们支付了58万美金。同时到现在为止，我们挖了39.8个比特币，总体按照 最近的价格，$64,500的比特币的价格，我们卖出的话，我们是可以获得$94万的一个收益的。整体的收益率其实还是能达到57%，所以说还是一个正向的收益率。那如果我们在2021年8月份的时候，我们拿相同的钱去买入比特币，那么我们来看一下我们整体的收益率又会是怎么样。我们如果说在2021年8月31日用我们的一个相同的资金去买入我们的比特币，我们是能买到34枚比特币的。那到今天，我们如果同样的按照$64,500的一个比特币价格去卖出，我们获得的收益率是35.6%。那相信看到这里57%和35.6%，大家心里已经对于挖矿市场是否值得投资有了自己的答案的。最后，我想对于就是最近我听到的很多矿工，很多人他们觉得我们这一次比特币减半是我们普通人最后一次进入这个圈子赚钱的机会。我想对这个问题说不，我觉得这个答案是否定的，因为不管是从我们加密货币的应用，还是从我们的一个技术创新来看，我们加密货币市场都是有无限可能的。中国有一句话说得好，在一棵树最好的时候是10年前，其次是现在。所以加密货币市场还是会有很多机会的。停滞主义在这个圈子是不可取的。以上就是我今天想表达的所有的观点。然后if you have interest in my speech, you can add my WhatsApp and our company's Telegram channel. Thank you.
Thank you, Rin. Up next, we have Timothy, CEO and co-founder of Italian, who will discuss from regulation to revolution, shaping the future of crypto mining. Welcome.
Good afternoon, estimated guests and colleagues. My name is Timothy Semyonov, and I'm the CEO of Intellion Data Systems. It is my pleasure to address you today on the subject of evolution of crypto mining, particularly focusing on the transformative role Russia is playing in shaping our industry future. Today, we are witnessing Russia remarkable journey in the realm of cryptocurrency mining. In 2023, Russia emerged as the world's second largest mining power, boasting 2.5 gigawatts of power. And by early 2024, Russian crypto consumers accounted for about 16% of global Bitcoin mining power. What sets Russia apart? Low electricity tariffs coupled with a stable power supply make it an attractive destination for miners. With tariffs ranging from 4 cents per kilowatt hour, Russia provides an attractive proposition for miners compared to some other countries, where electricity costs may vary due to difference in regional tariffs and tax rates. These favorable conditions contribute significantly to Russian allure in mining industry. Russian journey in mining is really impressive as we see it grow and become more important. It's clear the shaping of the world mining industry. Now I'd like to shed light on another aspect of cryptocurrency mining. It's the strategic placement of data centers. This decision-making process requires careful and professional analysis of all influence factors. In Russia, we have the unique opportunity to host mining data centers even beyond the Arctic cycle. In the majority regions, our climate provides natural cooling for mining farms, reducing equipment cooling costs and improving productivity. This gives us a significant edge over other countries. Russia's favorite climate provides miners with competitive advantage in energy efficiency, stimulating investments in this area. After the halving events, it becomes even more critical to effectively utilize energy resources. I am excited to say that the Intellion Data Systems has its own site located within the Arctic Cycle in the Murmansk region, providing an ideal location for mining operations, which is not only grants us tax preference available to residents of the Arctic zone of Russian Federation, but also leverages the cold climate to our advantage. Now, let's explore the next slide. Following the recent halving event, miners will be on the lookout for more efficient and advanced technologies to enhance their competitiveness. This growing demand for innovation may serve as a catalyst of the development of technological infrastructure in Russia. In 2023, investments in crypto mining infrastructure in Russia amounted to more than 250 million, indicating as soaring interest in the sector. Furthermore, projections suggest that the trend will continue to accelerate, with the annual growth rate expected to double in 2024. Russian miners currently utilize about approximately 800,000 ASICs. However, expectations are high, with forecasts indicating that the number of mining devices will exceed to 1.5 million ASICs in the next 2 years, accompanied by a surge in power consumption to 5 gigawatts. The increased demand for technology and equipment within the country explains Russian drive to create a reliable technology infrastructure to support the growing crypto industry. Let's move on to a topic of enormous importance: the state's interest in cryptocurrency mining in Russia. According to estimates by various state institutions, cryptocurrency mining consumes up to 2% of total Russians' electricity, comparable to the energy usage by the country's agriculture sector. Another good thing about the Russians' legislature is that power capacities are owned by industrial operators. This means that miners can rely on a stable power supply, which is super important for their operations. The ownership of power capacities by industrial operators ensures the capitalization of companies and ensures a stable energy supply for mining operations. Moreover, the absence of discriminatory tariffs for miners is a significant adventure. To date, there is no special regulation the industry, and the industry is in the formative stage. The establishment of the Industrial Crypto Mining Association, of which Intellion is co-founder, allows us to advocate for the industry states to authorities and explain the benefits of legislation. As active members of the Association of Crypto Mining, we offer consultation to both potential and existing clients on conducting business legally, including the largest updates in tax legislation, or as we actively participate in its development. So today I'm thrilled to introduce Intellion Data Systems as your potential partner in the world of cryptocurrency mining on the Russian market. Intellion is more than just a mining provider. We are a dedicated partner in success. With our proof track records, competitive pricing, reliable infrastructure, and unmatched support, we are here to empower your crypto mining in Russia. Our pricing is completely competitive, making mining with Intellion both efficient and cost-effective with additional discounts available, with a potential power capacity of about 300 megawatts. We have the infrastructure located across Russia to support your operation at scale. As I mentioned earlier, Intellion boasts about 300 megawatts of power strategically distributed across 8 regions in Russia. Our presence spans from the Kalinin nuclear power plant in the Tver region. We collaborate with concern Rosneftegatom to manage data center operation, to various technology platforms we own and oversee in regions like Khakassia, Tula, Nizhny Novgorod, Samara, and Murmansk. What sets our location apart, it's not just the power capacity, but also the strategic position in regions with low electricity costs and favorable taxation policies. This enables us to optimize operational expenses and enhance profitability. Furthermore, in 2023, we attended the status of residents of the Arctic zone of Russian Federation. This pivotal development paves the way for our ambitious plans to construct a state-of-the-art computational data center in the Murmansk region by leveraging the resources and opportunities offered in the Arctic zone. We are poised to further solidify Intellion's position as a leader of the crypto mining industry, driving growth and excellence in the dynamic field. Thank you for your attention. I invite you to visit our booths where we can further discuss how Intellion can be a partner in shaping the future of crypto mining in Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, before we proceed, let's move forward with our POW award ceremony. So today we're going to announce 5 awards, which is POW Ecosystem Development Award, POW Ecosystem Potential Award, POW Ecosystem Application Award, POW Ecosystem Contribution Award, and Green Mining Academic Contribution Award. Now I'm going to announce the awardees. So the POW Ecosystem Development Award goes to Litecoin. Congrats. This award is presented to Litecoin for its remarkable contributions to the growth and development of the proof-of-work ecosystem through innovative technology and community engagement. The POW Ecosystem Potential Award goes to Kaspa. Kaspa is recognized with this award for showcasing exceptional potential in revolutionizing the proof-of-work ecosystem with its scalable solutions and forward-thinking approach. And the POW Ecosystem Application Award goes to Nervos. Nervos is honored with this award for its outstanding application of proof-of-work technology, driving practical and impactful use cases within the ecosystem. And the Green Mining Academic Contribution Award goes to Alex. This award goes to Alex for his significant academic contributions towards sustainable and green mining practices within the proof-of-work domain. Last but not least, POW Ecosystem Contribution Award goes to ETC. Ethereum Classic is worthy for its steadfast commitment and substantial contributions to maintaining and enriching the proof-of-work ecosystem, ensuring its security and integrity. And please allow me to welcome BITMAIN's co-CEO, Mr. Chun, to present the award for us. Welcome. Let's take a group photo together. 陈老师一起照一个合影。 you very much, everyone. Please exit the stage here. Thank you. 谢谢陈老师. Congratulations to all the awardees. Let's continue our journey with our next keynote speaker, Darren Waggett, CBTDO of BitCluster. Darren will shed light on emerging market for Bitcoin mining. Where's the future? Welcome, Darren.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Darren Waggett, the CBDO of BitCluster. Before I get started, I'd like to say it's an absolute pleasure being with you all today in this beautiful country of Oman. But let's be honest, we are in the finest industry in the world. Literally nothing compares to the crypto industry. Sorry, I do apologize. Most of all, we're all privileged to be part of this new revolution where global industries, finance, tech, old worlds and new all collide and combine to form, obviously, what is Bitcoin. First and foremost, if we look at recent movement of Bitcoin, who expected before the halving we'd have a $70,000 Bitcoin and 7 months consecutively all green candles. I myself am from an IT background and I've been mining Bitcoin since 2011. From the Furies to the block eruptors, so on and so forth. Sorry, I do apologize. For what started as a hobby, as it did for most, became a career where I am stood with you all today. This career all started with losses and gains, tests of faith, of self-belief, from losing funds, getting hacked, bad purchase decisions, getting scammed, and buying at the wrong times. However, these are all lessons that we pass on to our clients at BitCluster. Learn from our failures, which we will make into successes. So who are we at BitCluster? That's not working. It's okay. BitCluster, a hosting service provider established in 2017. We currently have 5 sites throughout the globe, equating to about 260 megahash, with a projection to expand by 20% by 2026. At BitCluster, our passion for Bitcoin and the foundational processes of mining are what drives us. We are dedicated in enhancing the Bitcoin infrastructure, finding excitement in supporting its development, and our mission is to democratize access in this transformative endeavor, ensuring that everyone has this opportunity to partake in shaping the Bitcoin future. Now, this gives us a better understanding of what this keynote is about if it was to appear on the stage. So, emerging markets and where is the future of Bitcoin? So, historically, we know that Bitcoin was dominated by the Goliath, which was once China, until mid-2021, which obviously led to the great mining migration. Following this, we found countries that were considered sidelined in the industry eventually taking place at the forefront of the game, with such countries like Kazakhstan, Iran, and Prague taking the limelight for a short amount of time. But predicting the next countries for the emerging Bitcoin markets is what we are here to do today. So we predict that the emerging markets are going to be in 2 specific areas. The Arab Peninsula, rather than say the Middle East, let's be a bit more specific, and East Africa. Obviously, it's not shown, so it was more in detail. In the Arab Peninsula, we have low energy costs. The power price risk is relatively in line. The power sources in the Arabian Peninsula are obviously oil-based, and regulations are supportive, and the political risk is to a minimal. However, in Ethiopia, we have a hydro dam which will currently produce up to 7 gigawatt. The power price risk is relatively in line because the global export is about 20 billion, where, however, the import's about 10 billion. So they have a deficit of about 10 billion. So it's in line for that country to support and want mining in Ethiopia to succeed. The other benefit of mining in Ethiopia is includes the actual infrastructure. Sorry. So as the infrastructure, the mining supports, I do apologise everybody, it's because it's not on. So the infrastructure is supported, sorry. I think they're sorting it out. No. Huh? Oh, they're trying to fix it. Shall I stand down? If he's fixing it now, I'll stand down for a moment. I do apologise. I do apologise for that, and obviously nerves set in. So, emerging markets for Bitcoin mining. Where is the future of Bitcoin mining? Now, that's not working. So, at BitCluster, we are the guys who are mining from the Arctic to Africa. We were established in 2017. We currently have 260 megawatts of availability at 5 hosting sites with 70 megawatts operational. At BitCluster, we are driven by our passion of Bitcoin mining and its development. Our mission is to democratize access, ensuring everyone can contribute to the digital future as a hosting provider. We serve as both industrial and individual clients, supporting all levels. So where is the future of Bitcoin mining? So, predicting the next big countries for the emerging Bitcoin markets involves considering several factors. Power price, power risk, power sources, regulation, political risk, and also operating conditions. However, price is really a two-edged sword. So if variables like how long deployment takes, power price risk, if the price is going to change over time, additional capex deposits can vary the price of a mining facility. So the Arabian Peninsula, licensed miners pay less than the global average, but the risk is relatively low due to the cost of new generation capacity coming from oil. The power sources are entirely powered by natural gas, but solar capacity is ongoing. I accidentally... Eastern Africa, Ethiopia, that's where we have a site in Addis Ababa. So, the power prices. Due to the excess power production in Ethiopia, the Alexander Dam produces currently about 7 gigawatt. It's currently using only about 15% of the available power. The price risk relative to the actual price of the power will stay roughly consistent because there's that much excess energy. It'll stay consistent over time. Again, it's entirely green and completely provided by the hydroelectricity dam. Regulations. All we have to do is simply facilitate the development and monetize the excess energy that is provided by the dam. The political risk. As the interests for the dam are in line with, obviously, the $10 billion deficit with the country, it will support the mining and the infrastructure throughout the country. However, it's worth noting that a country like Ethiopia is actually the blueprint for the mining to be adopted throughout Eastern Africa. So what we'll see is, as the success is proved by the mines in Ethiopia, we'll find other countries throughout that region adopting over time. The operating conditions. Ethiopia, it's quite a surprise actually, because Ethiopia is 2,300 meters above sea level. And we all have a perception of Ethiopia, obviously Africa, being a hot country. However, it probably averages about 20 degrees year round, and because of the altitude, it's quite cool. Therefore, there's not necessarily a need for hydro immersion. We can obviously get away with standard air or water curtains, etc. So what Ethiopian mining has to offer. So we can offer prices from as low as 4 cents per kilowatt. However, if we're going to be totally honest, it's probably going to be more like 4.5, 4.9, depending on the quantity of machines that you want in deployment and how much deposit that you're willing to put down. At BitCluster, we currently have several interesting future developments ongoing and supporting in reference to sale of machines, supporting investments, advising clients how they can compound, grow, get the most out of their mining investments. We have an on-site repair centre, and we also provide, obviously as it's Africa, 24/7 security. Our company thrives on these 3 key principles. Service excellence. We're committed in the highest quality service for every interaction between customer, client, small, medium to individual businesses. Full transparency. You will get full, complete transparency and honesty from all of our team. The customer focus. Your needs drive our success. Your success is our success. These are the foundations that propel us forward to helping miners in the future. I'm Darren Waggett from BitCluster. I do apologise for the technical difficulties.
Thank you, Darren. I'm so sorry about our difficulties. Our next speaker, Afra Chen, he's the key account manager at JazzBit, will enlighten us on about JazzBit. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Afra Chen, so the sales representative also of JazzBit. I'm honored to be invited to WDMS Muscat to share with you guys with some of my views on Bitcoin mining. And I'm also very grateful to BITMAIN for bringing us together and providing everyone with more opportunities for industry, so communication and information sharing. So the most exciting thing in this year is that Bitcoin hits historic peak in March. So Bitcoin price is up to like 73,000 US$. I'm going to analyze the recent 2 major events that affecting Bitcoin mining. So the first thing is that the impact of the BTC spot ETF's approval. So this one. So in January 11th, 2024, this is a historic moment for the cryptocurrency industry. So the cryptocurrency industry is no longer a niche circle. It has gained mainstream financial recognition. So we say that as Bitcoin spot ETFs finally got approval from SEC, it signifies net legitimacy and provides investors with more security. For investors, the new measure lowers the barrier to entry for Bitcoin for purchasing Bitcoin, making it as convenient as buying and selling the stock, like stocks. This will attract more institutional investors, venture capitalists, and bring in more incremental funds. Since the launch of spot ETFs on January 11th, the inflow of funds into Bitcoin ETF has been around $77.4 billion, while during the same period, the outflow from gold ETF was around $2.9 billion. Market speculations suggest that some investors in the market have chosen to sell gold ETFs and buy Bitcoin ETFs. As a hedge asset, Bitcoin's popularity in this year has surpassed that of gold, so validating our commonly used phrase, digital gold. So the second thing is that I'm going to analyze the impact of the first Bitcoin halving on Bitcoin mining. So the Bitcoin halving, where mining rewards are halved, is an intrinsic mechanism of the Bitcoin network. The halving of mining rewards is an important event in the Bitcoin community as it upholds Satoshi Nakamoto's original intention of controlling Bitcoin's supply and inflation rate. It mimics the reduction of valuable resources like gold and ensures Bitcoin's deflation over time. So we see that the last halving of mining rewards occurred on May 11, 2020. Prior to this, Bitcoin price experienced a period of continuous growth. After the halving, Bitcoin's price skyrocketed, reaching over $60,000, then experienced a halving-style crash, dropping to around $30,000. But it started another fierce rally, reaching a new all-time high, over 66,000 in November of that year. After that, Bitcoin market entered a long period of downturn, dropping below 16,000 in November 2022, which continued into the start of this market cycle. However, in March this year, Bitcoin's price has already surpassed its previous all-time high, and it's expected to continue rising up to the halving. Look at Bitcoin's relatively short history. Its price tends to surge significantly after each halving. This is because the halving directly increases mining production costs. Bitcoin will have from the current 6.25 to 3.125. But the number of mining machines will only increase, which is like more people fighting for smart K. To compete in the new game, miners might need higher computing power and better energy consumption mining machines. So how miners are preparing for the Bitcoin halving? So investing in newer, more efficient machines can significantly improve mining efficiency and reduce energy consumption. So this helps maintain profitability even in times of the lower winters. And negotiating better energy contract. To lock in a fixed rate energy contract can help miners avoid potential price fluctuations and ensure more predictable operating costs. Embracing sustainable and renewable energy. Using renewable energy resources such as solar or hydroelectric power can greatly reduce reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to more sustainable mining operations. the most popular S21 model, so it's released at the price of 14,000 US, 40 US, sorry. So the most popular S21 model is released at the price of $14 per terahash in bulk purchase. The time the price of Bitcoin was around 30,000 US dollars. Now with the price of Bitcoin mining, so Bitcoin selling to over 70,000 US dollars, the price for Q3 is up to 18.9 US dollars per terahash. This is a small increase in machine prices compared with the increase in Bitcoin price. It's still a good time to purchase the mining machines. So as a miner or as a buyers in this market, I'm not sure if you guys have ever encountered the following problems with buying mining machines, but some of our buyers did. So no first-hand resource. There is also when BITMAIN doesn't have spots for sale, or they have high MMQ of like S21. So the machines for customers too expensive, or running out of stock. The things that we hate the most is that we got scammers in the mining industry or in the crypto industry. So people like, you pay the full order amount and you receive nothing. Or more ridiculously, you might receive some bricks. And some suppliers would modify the machine and change the label. That was like, when you purchase 104 machine, they change 100 terahash to 104, or even they change the power consumption. This is very common in the second market. And also, some suppliers deliver the used miners to you, but actually you place the new miners order. I think for most people, you are go shopping, so you want to one-stop service from the seller. So there is a very hot online platform in China that was called Taobao. When we place an order, so we just got our parcel very quickly. So, but unlike this, so because this was overseas business, you purchase a miner from a Chinese reseller, but it might take several days or even a month to be received. So in this time, so if you don't have trustworthy logistics companies, it might be a headache to the buyers. But so when you choose JSBit, we can help you to fix these problems. So why JSBit? So we were established in 2018 and have deeply been involved in Bitcoin mining for many years. We have experienced 2 cycles of bull and bear markets and 1 halving cycle, accumulating rich experience in mining and can provide better advice and assistance in mining. And we also have cooperation relationship with BITMAIN for many years. In recent years, after China's policy, we follow BITMAIN's steps to enter so many BITMAIN's events or other industrial events. So we are in USA, Mining Disrupt, in Power, and in Spain, in Argentina, in Australia, and also in Dubai Battery Life events. So we believe that with the upcoming event, Bitcoin will reach a new peak and mining returns will be very profitable. If you'd like to connect with us, please contact us through WhatsApp or Telegram. With the bull market coming, I wish everyone here will earn your fortune. So thank you all, and have a great day in Moscow. Thank you.
Thank you, Afra. Now let's welcome Echo Xie, Overseas Marketing Manager at BitC, as she presents Cash Cow supports global liquid-cooled digital mining. Welcome, Echo.
here. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And I'm so glad now that you're still been here. I think maybe you are just so tired, but okay, here now. I still hope you are not sleepy. Well, now, first I want to say welcome to World Digital Money Summit 2024. And I am Echo from Hongfan Intelligent Company. And I'm so happy here today to share with you about today's topic, Cash Cow Sports Global Liquid Cool Digital Money. And today I would like to share with you with the 4 paths. Like one is about the current state of global money. And I know that many of you have already heard about this and very familiar with this situation now. And 2 is about the technical advantage of liquid cooling. Okay, and 3rd is about the partnership, and the 4th is about our product introduction and our after sales. Okay. As we all know that according to the algorithm of the Bitcoin, the Bitcoin is getting less and less, so it becomes more difficult to mine. That's why we need to put the efficiency on the priority. So let's see how the liquid cooling advantage can help us to fix that problem. Okay, here now, this is the, well, actually the liquid cooling system oututilize the coolant and can remove the heat and absorb the heat directly from the miners. So it helps reduce the temperature faster than before. And well, when the temperature is getting lower, it will make the miners' computing power become, actually their performance will maintain a very higher peak. That will make the miner keep mining for very stable. And also because of the lower temperature and high computing power performance, it also enhances the lifespan of miners. That means that you can save money for miners because miners are not cheap, right? Okay. And last but not least is because that hold of the reasons about lower system and the closed character of our container and the liquid cooling system, it will reduce the impact of the outer environment like dust, moisture, low temperature, and high temperature. And it will make the operation of the equipment more stably and smoothly. Okay, and I believe many guests present today are very familiar with BITMAIN. Also the organizers of today's exhibition, as well as the giant in cryptocurrency mining industry. Well, our subsidiary company, Juyuan Intelligent, is also one of the BITMAIN's major suppliers of liquid cooling equipment. Well, our global layout and after-sales service framework are designed to provide uninterrupted support for anti-mine operations around the world. For example, North America, we have already put our products into practical application, like North America, South America, and the Middle East, as well as the Southeast Asia, also other overseas regions. Well, now I believe that many of you have already came to our booth and know about our product before. And here I want to have a briefly introduction of our company. Well, our company is Hongfan Zhineng. We call it Hongfan Intelligent. Well, our product, the core of our company is like innovative and diverse product line. And we offer and provide customized solutions and services to our customer, and to know more about our customers' needs to meet their requirements. Also, technically, we use the leverage, cut-edge technical stuff, technical knowledge to help us to make the product more professional. Okay, let's invite our today's co-main character, cash cow. And cash cow is also the keywords that I've showed in today's topic. The reason for us to make a cash cow is because now the mining things become more important, and now the time is money, so we hope that our cash cow will help it to make cash as quickly as possible. Okay, as I've told that our subsidiaries company Juyuan is kind of one of the supplier of BITMAIN. So this type of container cooler system, HK3, is the same model as HK3 V6 BITMAIN. And because we have received many requirements and suggestions from our customer who are using the container to make the miner work more efficiently, and we update our products and equipment to make the mining things more efficient and more easy to do. So this is our integrated dry cooler system series. Well, we have cash cow is very diverse and have different size of model. For example, we have 45H and 40H, and also 20 and 10H, different size of containers. This integrated container, first it will save more space. Yeah. And number two is that it can save water, because I know that many of places to put a container are lacking of water. So this will definitely help to fix that problem. And number four is that for the integrated system, we got 2 operation and 1 standby circulate pumps. And it means that we can set the working hours for the pump. For example, we can set 24 or 48 hours for 2 pumps operation at the same time, but and also after 24 hours, it will exchange to another circulate pumps, and they still keep working. So it will make sure the container can work for a long time and more efficiently, as well as more stably. And this is the 20H integrated system. Well, the difference between those size of containers also as with different capacity of miner. And for example, the first 3 integrated system, it can allow 210 miners. And we know that our customers, especially from the Middle East, they all would like to put the container into their home or villa or the backyards or the rooftop. So this type would be more convenient and flexible and safe to use. This one is with 49 units of miner capacity. And this is the 10 units one. So For this, I think it can directly put behind our villa, and it's very easy to use with the lower power consumption. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. That's the application scenario. And it's very easy to use. Okay, and besides the production, we also ensure our lasting performance and satisfactions, and strengthen our partnership with every customer. And we very welcome our customer from different places, as well as the cooperation. Because I know for the recent days, because of the economy stuff, and sometimes the money is kind of urgent to save. So for our premier customers, we offer consignment payment method, where our customers can pay installments. So that shows our great sincerity for our customer. Okay, and that's the end of my presentation. But I would like to say 3 sentences for people who are still on in the audience seat. First is our product name is a cash cow, and we do really want to happy to mine more efficient. And the number 2 is that if you want to know more about our products, you can come to booth 3 and to find me. My name is Echo Xie, and I will happy to know more about our products and to meet your requirements, because we can customize your needs and to doing more detailed solution for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Echo. As we near the end of our conference, let's gain valuable insights from our final keynote speaker, Samer Olayan, Executive Director of Crypto One. Samer will discuss mining heat map, trends, destinations, and opportunities. Welcome, Samer. Okay, it looks like he's not here. Well, let's just take a 5-minute break. We will just have our panel discussion for the last session. Thank you so much, and sorry for the inconvenience. Summer is back. So after Summer, that will be the panel discussion. Welcome, Summer.
Thank you very much. All right, so we are pleased to welcome all guests to the conference. It is our honor to be one of the key partners of the WDMS Forum for the 4th time. My name is Samer Olayan. I'm the Executive Director of Crypto One. Crypto One is a large, independent service provider facilitating the needs of industrial and private clients for mining. The company purchases, supplies, and hosts mining equipment. Crypto One has access to data centers around the world with a footprint in the UAE, Paraguay, Ethiopia, China, Turkey, Russia, Singapore, and Kazakhstan. The company can offer its customers over 650 megawatts of power capacity. Clients can choose the best solutions for them in terms of jurisdiction, legislation, rates, etc. Crypto One has a competitive advantage for industrial scale mining and makes a significant contribution to the development of the data center and mining equipment market. Now, the cryptocurrency mining industry has been revolutionary and trailblazing in its formative years since the launch of Bitcoin in 2009. In its early days, the crypto mining industry was a small and widely distributed network consisting of a few thousand private miners, and the scope of their activities was limited. Nowadays, the situation is completely different. The unprecedented exponential growth of cryptocurrencies in recent years has led to its proliferation around the world, and the continuous blockchain cycle incentivizes people all over the world to mine Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. As mining can provide a solid stream of revenue, many people willingly take part in crypto mining activities. A number of factors are at play in the choice of a suitable mining jurisdiction for miners, in some cases due to a significant difference in conditions. The relocation costs are more than offset by a sharp increase in profits. Some of the main issues that miners focus on when selecting a country to work in can be summed up as follows. Number one, the profit level. It will be necessary at least to obtain information about the cost of electricity in the target region and the cost of renting premises where the mining equipment is to be installed. Number two, the cooling techniques for mining equipment. This information will be needed to calculate the corresponding profit level. And number three, the legality of digital assets in a specific country. If crypto mining is illegal in a jurisdiction, the miner could face unpleasant consequences as a result of his or her mining activities as her choice. Now, I'm going to speak to you about the mining capacity distribution. The conditions for crypto mining and its development as an industry in various countries differ significantly. A lot depends on the laws, the weather conditions, the cost of electricity, and other equally important factors. In the vast majority of countries, including those with excess energy capacity, mining activities are permitted, and energy-intensive data centers are subject to general electricity and environmental regulations. Only countries with a shortage of energy capacity, for example, China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, have gone down the path of banning or significantly restricting mining activities. Crypto mining data centers are expensive and require large investments upfront to set up operations, and many people with expert knowledge to provide on-site maintenance of mining rigs. For this reason, the key competitive factor driving the success of a project is the cost of electricity. For instance, according to the US Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, the MISO in short, which operates in the central part of the US, the average price of electricity is 2.5 to 3 cents per kilowatt per hour. This price allows American companies to draw in customers and charge them 7 cents per kilowatt per hour for electricity. Thus, an electricity price that exceeds 3 cents per kilowatt per hour, including all taxes, is uncompetitive. In this case, customers would simply opt to relocate their equipment to other parts of the world where electricity is far more cost-effective. According to some experts, in March 2024, the breakdown of power capacities allocated for cryptocurrency mining was as follows. In the US, it was 5 gigawatts. In Russia, it was 2 gigawatts. In the Gulf states, it was 800 megawatts. In Ethiopia, it was 400 megawatts. In Canada, 350 megawatts. Malaysia, 300 megawatts. Argentina, 135 megawatts. Iceland, 120 megawatts. Kazakhstan, 100 megawatts. And Ireland, 90 megawatts. So, to basically give you the mining conditions of the top 4 comparative short overview of that. So the US, starting with the US because it's the highest in power capacities. So the US, the interest in cryptocurrencies can be seen here at all levels, ranging from the key financial regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, to ordinary buyers. In the US, cryptocurrency mining activities are encouraged at the regional level. Total revenue from US cryptocurrency mining by individuals and 5 North American public mining companies topped $8 billion in 2021. Following legislative bans on cryptocurrency in China and in such US states as Kentucky, Wyoming, and Texas, regional authorities fully support investment in the construction of mining data centers, providing investors with the opportunity to purchase electricity at 3 cents per kilowatt per hour, which is cheaper than Russia's average electricity price, and providing other types of preferential treatment, thereby stimulating the inflow of investors into this industry from all over the world. In the draft budget for the 2024 fiscal year, the US presidential administration proposed introducing a digital asset mining energy excise tax on the cost of electricity used in crypto mining. The rate of this tax is expected to gradually reach 30% over a period of 3 years. However, due to its discriminatory nature, this initiative was paused largely as a result of appeals from major industry players and investors. Now, moving on to Russia. In 2023, Russia rose to second place in global cryptocurrency mining, trailing only the US. Russians mine cryptocurrency on a huge scale, and the true growth potential in this area is infinitely far from being exhausted. According to various estimates, in the near future, growth in the country's energy consumption could reach up to 5 gigawatts, thereby allowing Russia to emerge as the global crypto mining leader. Based on the results of H1 2023, the scope of the crypto mining market in Russia totals about 2 gigawatts, including industrial scale mining, which exceeds 1.2 gigawatts. Notably, the Russia economy runs an energy surplus, thus allowing the crypto mining industry to rapidly catch up with its American counterpart. This is partly due to the fact that Chinese crypto miners, cryptocurrency mining is known to be banned in China, by the way. The Chinese crypto miners have moved their businesses to more favorable jurisdictions, and Russia often becomes the key venue for Chinese miners placing new orders. This is the case mainly due to favorable weather conditions, sufficient electricity, as well as highly qualified maintenance of data centers and mining rigs. Moving on to the UAE, The UAE generates approximately 3.7% of the global Bitcoin hash rate and is the fastest growing mining hub in the Middle East. Cryptocurrencies have been mined in the Emirates for several years as small farms or via household facilities. The industry has experienced exponential growth in recent years with the support of the Digital Assets Division of the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund. The United Arab Emirates is currently one of the largest Bitcoin mining hubs in the region, taking advantage of its energy resources and favorable tax climate. Experts estimate that the UAE's operational Bitcoin mining capacity is likely around 400 megawatts, accounting for about 4% of the global Bitcoin hash rate. However, a hot climate makes it necessary to use liquid or immersion-cooled facilities, thus raising the costs. Abu Dhabi uses desalinated seawater, the impact of which on miners has not been fully studied. Compressors must be used to cool the immersion fluid, and this increases the energy consumption. Nonetheless, the experts regard these solutions as the most promising in the UAE. Ultimately, industrial-scale mining in the UAE aims to become the most high-tech and innovative industry in the country. Moving on to the final one, which is the Ethiopia. Ethiopia began to gain momentum at the end of 2023, early 2024. In line with various estimates, as of spring 2024, the country may be confidently rated among the top 5 global crypto mining leaders. Some executives even speak of it as a possible rival to Texas, which accounts for up to a quarter of the global Bitcoin mining capacity. The Ethiopian government permitted Bitcoin mining mainly because the companies pay in foreign currency for the electricity they consume. The government has adopted a directive to regulate cryptographic products, including mining. Issuing licenses is being done in a sandbox. Some 600,000 S19 series computers, which account for a majority of rigs currently in use, are moving out of the US mostly to Africa and South America. While S19 series and similar models might not be profitable to run in the US after the Bitcoin halving event, they can still generate decent profits and get an extended life if hosted in parts of Africa. So there are miners in the US opting not to sell their hardware and instead transfer the equipment to regions with lower electricity costs and third-party data centers. Some miners are traveling to Ethiopia, Nigeria, and a few other countries to scope out the locations for older computers. Fees in the US come to about 7 cents per kilowatt per hour. In Ethiopia, which has loosened crypto mining regulations and increased its power generation, the rate is about 5 cents. The 2-cent price differential is huge for individual miners. So to conclude, the crypto mining industry has become more competitive with large corporations investing heavily in specialized mining equipment and cost-effective electricity to gain an edge. This in turn has led to centralization, where a small number of mining pools control the majority of the hash rate. Ethiopia will become one of the most popular destinations for miners. The country represents a unique blend of economic and political advantages. Ethiopia has emerged as a rare opportunity for all firms that mine the original cryptocurrency, as climate change and power scarcity fuel a backlash against the crypto industry elsewhere. Technological advances will play a pivotal role in the future of Bitcoin mining. The industry is in a state of constant evolution, with new hardware and software being developed to enhance the speed and efficiency of the mining process. Overall, the future of Bitcoin mining looks promising. rising demand for Bitcoin, halving of the reward for mining, and advances in technology will all play a role in supporting industry growth. Despite the challenges posed by heightened competition and centralization, those who manage to innovate and remain efficient will continue to reap the rewards of Bitcoin mining for many years to come. Thank you very much for listening. Take care.
Thank you, Summer. And next is our last session of the day. To wrap up of our event, let's delve into our panel discussion on Bitcoin halving, POW development and outlook, moderated by Amy, Vice GM of Marketing at BITMAIN. Welcome.
Is this on? I just have one request for everyone in the back who is talking to please go outside. I cannot ask strongly enough. Just please take your conversations outside. Thank you. Where's everybody else? Is it just me and you? Is this?
Because the session is a little bit early, so please have a patient wait for our audience. Wait a second. Our speakers.
I think we can add a session here, so you guys might want to ask a few questions regarding to this summit, right? So we can do a little small like event here. So if someone wants to raise up your hand to ask some questions, I think you guys might be willing to answer. And then while we are waiting for the other attendees.
Yes,
right?
great. And maybe we can just get started, and later on we can just see they can welcome they join us.
Yeah, so if anyone have any questions, raise your hand, and then I will hand over the microphone to you, and then we can have a small communication like this, all right? So this might still cheer you up, and you guys might not be too tired about it, all right? Okay?
Yeah, great, never mind. So let me just maybe briefly introduce myself. My name is Amy Lee, so I'm currently focusing on the whole POW ecosystem. So I'm really happy to see my speakers right there. So Donna, he's from the ETC. Maybe you can just briefly introduce yourself.
I'm Donald McIntyre, Senior Editor at the ETC Cooperative. I write articles and create videos explaining Ethereum Classic to the world.
Great. And
hello everyone, my name is Alexander. I'm coming from research, actually. So I work for the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance. My work is predominantly focused on trying to study the kind of connection between generally digital assets and climate impact. Naturally, a big part of it is cryptocurrency mining, which is why I'm very honored to being here and have been invited to this event. And yeah, very excited to have the panel and talk a bit about proof of work in general.
I'm Matt Quinn. I lead the Nervos Foundation. Nervos is the organization that bootstraps CKB, which is a smart contract platform secured by proof of work. Our organization is focused primarily on education, community development, and grant funding public goods.
yes, great. And this year we are really happy to see that SEC, they approved the Bitcoin ETFs. So that's going to be a very huge news. So how do you guys think about this kind of things? Like what's going to be happening in the latest futures?
I personally think that the approval of ETFs in Bitcoin has two very important changes that are extremely important for the whole for Bitcoin and the whole industry. The first change is that it opened the door to demand of the whole world. No, you have from retail investors, individual investors, institutional investors, that through the instrument of the ETF, now, because it's compliant, because it is approved for many purposes and many institutional settings and regulatory settings, It is an incredible increase of demand, and 70,000 is nothing. Bitcoin is going to 250,000 very soon. 100 in a matter of days, maybe. 100,000. 250,000, 500,000 in the first half of this year, and it wouldn't surprise me that but by the end of this year, 1 million. And the second most important thing is that it definitively approved Bitcoin for the world. Bitcoin had been this thing for criminals. It had been this clandestine thing, and that it was something to be reneged, and that it was only for criminals. But now it has been approved by the largest market in the world, and as an ETF, no? The asset to be included in an ETF is approved by the SEC, which is the US government, and it gave absolute legitimacy to Bitcoin. So those two things, opening the doors to capital on a global scale in every single part of the market, market segments, and legitimacy are life-changing for Bitcoin and for the world.
That's nice. So how do you think about, for the Bitcoin ETFs approved in the latest futures, and also the green energy, how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good question. I don't want to give a price prediction,
No
but basically, I think how I see it, I started to at least get in touch with Bitcoin, learn about Bitcoin quite from early on. I think I started in like 2012 or 2013. So how this comes across to me is like another stage of maturity, right? As already has been said, I think what we are now seeing is like institutionals coming in, taking it more seriously. There is a lot of asset managers getting more and more interested in this topic. So I think it's another stepping stone of kind of Bitcoin being more prominent also for the more traditional financial space.
That's nice. Ernesto working with Dash Fund already like 6 years. So do you have any insights on this part? Could you share with us?
Yes. First of all, thank you, BITMAIN, for organizing such an amazing event, and thank you, Oman, for hosting us. This has been an amazing experience. The ETF, like everybody's mentioning, they mean a stepping stone into the growth of Bitcoin and the crypto ecosystem. But beyond that, I think the perception that this is given to the markets, that is no longer a group of nerds playing with their computers, that is no longer something that is used for kind of digital-only type of transactions, is bringing a lot of attention. And in the past few markets, we have seen growth being driven by a lot of narratives. In the 2016 to 2018, it was the digital cash type of narrative. And then in 2018, we saw a lot of ICOs. And now we're seeing this demand be driven by institutions and other type of people. So it's very interesting to see how the market has been evolving. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen next.
Yes, nice. Oh, Kyle, could you just briefly introduce yourself to the audience? And
yes, hello. My name is Kyle Schneps. I'm Vice President of Public Policy at Foundry.
Yes, great. And I have a question for you. Like, while the Bitcoin having driven the adoption of the greener mining technologies from the environmental sustainability standpoint, so how do you think in this part?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things that you don't really read about in the news is that the industry, and especially major players in the mining industry, are planning for the halving well ahead of time. And so in doing that, they're trying to get the most efficient machines. And we saw from the unveiling earlier today that there's a constant improvement in the efficiency of machines. So that plays into, better energy economics, so to speak, for the machines. And then On top of that, miners are incentivized to go to where energy is the cheapest, and that is how the system is designed, and it's one of the great things about it. And so and right now, especially in a lot of places where the largest miners are operating, those cheapest places are at renewable energy sources, where miners can monetize at the source and thereby make renewable energy companies more profitable and continue the cycle of renewable energy growth in some areas that would otherwise be no-goes or not be able to be profitable due to their extreme remote locations.
Yes, great. And also, like for the policy side, I know you guys have the relationship with the digital currency group, right? So how do you think after halving, what the market will be like on the policy side, maybe?
So on the policy side with halving, I mean, obviously there are the very evident supply-demand dynamics that will take place. From a policy point of view, we will see the halving and perhaps the later price adjustments upwards, hopefully, bring a lot more attention to the space. And with that attention comes new investors. It comes new politicians, usually looking for handouts. I was asked by a colleague at Foundry, you know, how do you know a bull market from a bear market? And from a policy perspective, a bear market is when politicians are asking you for money, not to hurt you, basically. And a bull market is when they're asking you for money, like basically just to, you know, maybe hurt you a little bit less. So there's a little bit of an element to this of the having bringing about increased attention and therefore more policy scrutiny. But at the same time, if the price is going up, those politicians are more willing to work with the industry because of perhaps the financial benefits to their campaigns.
Yes, that's amazing. And also, Matt, I'm really happy to you here. So you contribute with Bitcoin layers. So could you share more about your programs and yeah, just anything about how do you think after having Bitcoin ecosystem will be?
Sure. Yeah, so there are a number of people building Bitcoin Layer 2 applications in the CKB ecosystem now, and it does seem like the majority of that will go toward writing some arbitrary data to Bitcoin in order to operate Layer 2 applications. And I did a talk yesterday laying out the effect on revenue to miners and effectively keeping this steady stream of revenue flowing to miners as the halvings continue to play out. And it does seem like the Bitcoin Layer 2 narrative is, you know, contributing to that and really playing a major role now. I think we saw earlier, you know, 20% of the current fees are transaction fees, or current subsidies, transaction fees.
Yes, great. Like there's so many projects coming right now, like the Babylon's Merlin chain. So how do you think this kind of projects, how to help the Bitcoin?
It's clear that they're bringing more builders and more VCs and more transaction fees in. I think it's very early days right now. I think it's very hard to kind of determine like what will a Bitcoin Layer 2 look like and what will be the design patterns that stick around. I think everyone is just kind of trying anything right now, and we have this explosion of creativity to see what really works.
Yeah, great. And also, Ernesto, I have a question for you. Like, what is the anticipated impact on the Bitcoin halving on miner income and the intensiveness of the structures?
Yes, it's actually something that I've been asking a lot of the miners in our network and some of my network of friends that are mining. And I would divide the answer in two parts. I would say less professional miners or people that have smaller farms, well, number one, everyone is anticipating for this. So after all these cycles, people know already that the reward is going to make things more difficult. So the less professional miners are looking to upgrade and get, you know, the newest equipment out there. I have a few friends in Venezuela that are still mining with S9s because it's possible, because the electricity is so cheap. And they're saying, well, we're going to finish the S9s as much as we can and then go to whatever we can afford. So these are, you know, people that have a few machines in a smaller setup. And I have seen from asking and, you know, reading social media that this is the case in emerging economies where the electricity allows. So if the electricity is not high, you can mine with it. But the more professional miners, what I'm seeing is that they're anticipating and they're expecting these layer 2 solutions and ordinals and all of these other adapting or the innovations that are being present in Bitcoin to drive transaction fees up so they can start capturing more of that value. So I now can see clearly that many mining organizations or ecosystems are going to continue supporting ordinals and all of these other innovations. So it's really interesting because even within the Bitcoin community, the narrative is torn, and some of them really like them, and others really dislike them.
But it doesn't matter, right? Like they tried to censor, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
like, nothing happened, right?
That's the beauty of it, because you can see, you know, let's just call it an intense discussion happening between, well, Bitcoin should be this, and then when you see the incentives for the other part of the ecosystem that's very important, they're like, well, you know, it doesn't matter if I like it or not, but it's helping me be sustainable. So nevertheless, miners are getting prepared, and we're seeing that in the ecosystem.
Yeah, that's amazing. So how do you guys think about the narrative? Like if after the halving, so before halving, so by the next kind of the cycles, we think about the government printing money and the inflation's gonna be happening right now. So is there any changings after halving? Do you have any thoughts about that?
The question is?
About the narrative story gonna be changed.
I think in terms of narrative, I think nothing is going to change, because the Bitcoin halving, what it does is that it lowers the inflation rate of Bitcoin, it lowers the issuance rate, it raises the stock to flow ratio significantly. And that is going to, now the inflation of Bitcoin, or the issuance rate per year, is 1.7%, 1.6%. And it's going to go down to 0.8%. It's going to be the hardest asset in the world, harder than gold. This is why Bitcoin is going to increase in value, and market cap is going to be larger than gold very soon. Because it's digital, it's global, it's much more practical and usable, and it's totally trust minimized because of proof of work. So the price, if the price goes to from 70,000 to 140,000, which is going to happen, I think, in days or weeks, the halving is already compensated. It's a non-issue. It's much more important the fact that the hard money aspect of Bitcoin is going to be much improved.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Okay, so usually the way the price dynamics have gone with Bitcoin is that the price appreciation comes 6 months after the halving or 12 months after the halving. And in this case, we've got to all-time highs before the halving even comes. So if we do get this being a buy the rumor, sell the news kind of situation, and we get the halving and Bitcoin dumps to say 45,000, and then the media is like, oh, all those people that dumped tens of billions of dollars into Bitcoin through their 401ks, like, you guys were idiots and Bitcoin's a scam. Like, we could see the narrative change because, I mean, for one, this cycle has been so unique compared to the other ones with when things go up in relation to the halving. And I do see that misunderstanding of these things, like, opens the door to, the powers that be that would want people to think Bitcoin isn't all of those things that you're talking about. If on the off chance we lose this price momentum, I think it opens the doors to all that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I just wanted to add something on top of that as much, as a builder, I really dislike that the price gets so much attention, but the flip side is that price gives a lot of validation, and people from other industries that did not believe in Bitcoin, they say, well, you know, maybe we'll integrate, and you know, you get payments into all this Coca-Colas and stuff. So that's something that we'll definitely see this time around when you know, price starts to go a little bit parabolic.
Can I comment on that?
Great.
I think to talk about the price is extremely important. A network like Bitcoin, which is an incredible innovation for humanity and the world, because it's a truly decentralized technological system, and it's truly digital gold. It has three parts. One is proof of work, which is the signaling system that Satoshi Nakamoto invented that solved the whole problem, that created finally a decentralized monetary system. The second thing is that the information is replicated in all the nodes, fully replicated in all the nodes of the network around the world, and that's the decentralization itself. And the third most important thing of Bitcoin is the price, because if the price is lower, then it's less secure, because there's less hash power. And if the price is higher, then it's more secure. And the higher the price, is actually more valuable Bitcoin becomes, because it is more secure, and that's what the whole world is seeking, no? Trust minimization, the fact that they don't have to depend on central banks, banking institutions, and the abuses, and even more, the techno-tyranny that is coming, no? That's going to be horrible, no? The WEF sponsored techno-tyranny with the artificial intelligence that we were talking about yesterday, centralization of big tech companies. Bitcoin is going exactly in the opposite way, and the price is incredibly important to drive Bitcoin forward.
That's amazing. I like your comment. So,
if I could just add one thing to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding the narrative, there's one aspect that I think ties several of these segments together. And, you know, with the concept of, you know, less efficient machines being retired after, post-halving, I think we really need to get behind the narrative of the second, third, and fourth lives of these machines. Because I've seen in many of the policy battles that we have fought in capital cities and in places with a lot of special interest for environmental movements, is that they try to play up this concept of e-waste. And it's completely false, but it's generated by the same old, you know, false prophets that try to talk about how, you know, I've literally been in meetings where there's a special interest group screaming at a politician saying every Bitcoin transaction is the equivalent of 2 iPhones being thrown in a park. These are completely false metrics, and it's been completely debunked. However, they use these stats, and so the more that we can get behind the narrative of, yes, after machines are retired, they go into a second, a third, a fourth life that is used, it gets away from this e-waste narrative that is so deleterious to in policy circles. So I think that's an important thing to embrace post-halving as well.
Yeah, I think the idea of these machines are money printers. Like, I think that if people get that image in their head, then you wouldn't just throw it into a landfill the same way you would an iPhone, because it literally prints money. That's how you get it. You know, in Venezuela, they're still running, you know, S9. So.
Yes. And let's change another topic for Alex. How do you expect the security of the Bitcoin network to change the post-halving? How do you think about that?
Sure. I think it's a very interesting question. There is a huge debate in the community about the security budget, I think, with sometimes very kind of emotional debates. You have kind of these two sides where one say this is a concern, others are not. So what is the major point here? So given that the block reward consists of, you have a block subsidy, right, which is defined by the protocol and is decreasing in a defined manner, like every, what is it, like 210,000 blocks, right, as we will soon see. And the other part is the transaction fee. And as we go along kind of the years and the halvings, the block subsidy, which now is 6.25 Bitcoin, will diminish, it will decrease, right? So the kind of proportion of the transaction fee on the total block reward will become larger and larger. And naturally, as we have seen last year, there is a quite strong variability of transaction fees. For instance, I think across last year it was about 4% of total block reward, but in certain times it goes up to 50%, right? We saw it at the end of last year. Some blocks have been mined where the transaction fee were higher than actually the block subsidy. Whereas now, at, I don't know, like we had about 20 sets per rebuy, you get about a quarter Bitcoin transaction fees, right? So this kind of makes it for miners, I guess, more and more difficult to do their planning, right? It introduces a lot of uncertainty at some point, because having this strong variability simply means that, you know, mining become at one point profitable, but maybe the next day it's not profitable. Now you still have the kind of certainty that you have the block reward, you have the block subsidy at least. But this might change a bit, and many people are concerned about like the impact on security, right? Because this uncertainty in terms of rewards might lead to miners ramping up and down the hash rate rather quickly, right? And suddenly you might experience a period where with low transaction fees, and I mean you just need a few blocks to actually execute an attack, and if a lot of miners just ramp down their production, and that poses possibly a security risk. So much to that, but there is others that say, well, we see now layer 2 solutions. I mean, we know the Lightning Network exists for some time, but I think there is still a lot of potential for things being built on top of Bitcoin, right? And creating, in a way, demand for block space, and thus trying to ensure a bit of more sustainable fee environment. And yeah, there are possibly other solutions as well. Some companies might then starting to offer certain derivatives that give miners more certainty in their revenues. So overall, I think it will be quite interesting to see how this will evolve. But it is definitely the security question, quite an important one. And now with ordinals as well, right? You see here new things emerging, demanding block space. But we will see how this evolves.
Yeah, to continue the idea there on what you're saying, Alex, I think it's really interesting to see how, I think it's a group of people, but when Satoshi designed this system, it was designed in a way that allowed, in the beginning, you could be very amateur to start mining, and right now we've evolved, and you have, you know, literally industries that are very professional doing that, and the fact that, you know, you're highlighting that they could go on and off the grid, it just shows how much it's moved forward and allows them to first professionalize their services and then work towards becoming more efficient. And I think that beauty of demand and supply, and then making sure they're incentivized enough by price to continue operating and pushing the boundaries to be more secure, to remain profitable and to grow, I think it's just beautiful to be seeing it in real life, in real time.
So I want to go back to Alexander. What Alexander said about the concern about the variance in transaction fee revenue. Say if you have periods where there's lots of transactions or periods where there's not so many transactions. The theory has been for a long time that miners might possibly start remining the previous block. Like if there weren't more transactions coming in, instead of trying to mine a new block, miners would just mine the previous block and, you know, try to get rid of whoever mined that one. And I think it's still a little early in the game theory for that, but we are seeing with these layer 2 systems and people building more things on Bitcoin, this rise of something called miner extractable value, which is an entire industry in, you know, Ethereum and other smart contract blockchains. And this combination of there being money to be gained by mining a certain block means that there's money to be gained by remining that same block. And as the block reward is going down, like we will see how all this plays out. And I think it'll, in the end, just drive decentralization of hash rate. I think people are, you know, probably concerned that a couple pools could reorg the chain at will right now. Well, maybe they can, maybe they can't. But I think the optics of that will drive people to, you know, build more pools and decentralize hash rate further.
Yeah, that's cool. So, Donna, actually, for BITMAIN, we have ETC Foundation, so we have collaborations with you guys. And we do have some very good projects right now. So do you have any comments or thoughts thinking about what's our plan next in the latest futures? So what we can do together or to helping about the ETC Foundation and about the grants? How do you think?
Well, it's very important to note that BITMAIN's participation in Ethereum Classic as an ecosystem member is very important. Like I said in my talk before, you guys produce the E9 Pro ETC miner, the ASIC, which is very popular, and also Antpool. People can mine and use Antpool as the ETC mining pool. And you contributed $10 million to the ETC Grants DAO. No? The ETC Grants DAO is a program that provides grants to people and teams, developers that come and build dApps, decentralized applications on ETC. And every year we're going to have a new round and distribute the grants for teams to build more on ETC. And I think that these are amazing contributions. Ethereum Classic is a truly decentralized blockchain like Bitcoin. This means that there's little more than any entity no matter the size, that can do in Ethereum Classic other than participate as a mining pool, as a provider of mining gear, as a miner, as a node operator, as an exchange. Other than that, and keep growing, there isn't much more that can be done.
Yeah, that's amazing. So in the end, please give me just one sentence about what you guys thinking about the after Bitcoin halving will happen. So maybe just like one sentence for conclusion.
Well, my view is that the price of Bitcoin, which I think is very important to talk about, is going to continue to climb because there's two things happening. One is the halving itself, the reduction in inflation of Bitcoin, and therefore it's going to become the hardest financial asset in the world after the halving. And the second one is that simultaneously, the ETFs were launched, and the ETFs are creating an enormous, massive demand. So we have a decrease in supply because it's less mining rewards, an increase in demand because of the ETFs. So I think that it's going to be like, in Spanish we call it viento en popa, like a ship going forward, like a super tanker, and nothing's going to stop it. With regards to the fee problem, this fear that some have of the security budget, because the rewards are going to continue to go down in time, but as time passes by and Bitcoin proves that it's this trust minimized and highly secure blockchain, the block space demand and the value of a transaction in the space in the block is going to increase, and people are going to very likely pay much higher fees than today just for their transactions to be included. Bitcoin at the base layer is not a retail blockchain. It's to move billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, or millions of dollars. And for that people, and for that security, institutions and central banks and national treasuries, etc., are going to gladly pay $100 per transaction, $1,000 per transaction, or even more. So for me, the security budget issue is a non-issue.
That's great. So Alex,
yeah,
what's
sure. Thank you. I think I have a few thoughts on this, basically in terms of price action. I think, yeah, obviously I don't want to make any predictions, but historically at least, halvings have shown that after the halvings, there have been price movements. I think one of the more interesting subjects here, at least for me as a researcher, is if the whole environment becomes more challenging for miners, so it becomes more, I would say, competitive. We will most likely arrive at a hash price maybe of 5-6 cents per terahash. So what I would expect to see is a bit more consolidation in this space, as many already have said. So basically everyone who is really not operating at a very high efficiency in terms of their operational setup and also in terms of their kind of hardware they use, possibly will be squeezed out, right? So maybe we will see some M&A action here as well, where simply those who might not be able to weather the storm might just be swallowed by someone with a bit of dry powder. Yeah, this is the thing. This might be the quite interesting things in that regard. Otherwise, yeah, we will see what happens, right? And particularly as we go along, I guess mining become more and more competitive. Will be quite interesting to see how the impact of this also is in terms of geographical regions, right? Maybe we will see another shift, or we will see mining becoming more decentralized, right? Trying to leverage really all the stranded energy you can find in like all over the world. So yeah, just my 5 cents on this.
Yeah, Ernesto.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to close by saying that crypto is inevitable. Those of you that are old enough to remember when we used to have telephones with a cable, the first time you saw a telephone that didn't need a cable, you thought, well, how can I live without this thing now? So in the same way that now we have internet money, there's no way of going back. So the halving is going to play out its role. There's going to be this demand, this supply shock in the near term, and then it's going to align, and we're probably going to see more development coming. And I'm really happy to see how this is all playing out globally, and you see a lot of conversations around the store of value in highly developed countries or places with less financial problems. And then you see in the Argentinians or the Venezuelans how they're fleeing to cryptocurrency to escape their local cryptos. And then I'm really glad to see how here in Oman they're opening doors for more mining. So at the end you see the real ecosystem playing out. And Bitcoin is many different things for different people, but at the end of the day, is that it's inevitable.
Yeah, great. Cal, how do you think?
One of the most, some of the most stubbornly uneducated critics of Bitcoin make a lot of public statements about, well, as soon as it gets more valuable, somebody's going to come out and say, oh, here's 21 million more Bitcoin. We've seen people like Jamie Dimon say this and others. The halving is an opportunity to show that Bitcoin is designed in a way against the top-down human greed. It is an opportunity to show even as something gets more valuable, the supply can be cut. And I think that's something that the mathematics and the code and the cryptography will show, and I think that's heartening to a lot of people who invest in this. And secondly, as price does go up inevitably post-halving, I sympathize with what was said before. A hyperfixation on price is very fiat-minded. However, my only hope with it is that as a lot of normies are focusing on the price and drawn to it, that it serves as a kind of Trojan horse to the larger problems and solutions that Bitcoin offers. And so that is my hope post-halving, that a lot of people who are perhaps drawn in by number go up are later asking themselves a few questions as to what they just invested in and why.
Awesome. Matt, it's your turn.
I think we have some sort of surprise ahead of us. I think right now Bitcoin has roughly tripled in a few months. And I think for such an asset that's been so contrarian for all of its life, all of the kind of like check marks in terms of like this being the thing and just number go up, having, you know, number go up. All of it just seems too certain for Bitcoin's history. But I think 12 months from now, 5-digit Bitcoin will be seen as something from a previous era.
Yeah, that's great. So once again, thanks for coming, everyone. Yeah, and we please go to the front and we take a group picture. Is that okay?
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, very appreciate. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much. We want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers and sponsors and attendees for making this event a resounding success. Let's keep the conversations going and continue driving innovation in the world of digital transformation. Our VIP and SVIP appreciation dinner will happen tonight at 7 p.m. It will be outside. If you don't know where to go, just go to the check-in place at W and somebody will lead you there. And also, please return your translation devices to the registration desk. Thank you so much, and that's the end of our session. Thank you so much.